Welcome to session number 3 of our adventure through the Splatoon 3 single-player campaign. In the previous session, we cleared everything up to site number 4 out of what prospectively looks like 6. We'll see if we can do 5 and 6 today, and whether that takes us straight to the end of the game, or if there's anything like an extra level after that, who knows. I've been coming in completely unspoiled, so we'll see how the rest of this is structured. Regardless, we'll take it as far as we can and prioritize the levels just to look over what we did previously. Off stream, I did clear up a couple of the remaining unexplored locations on the map just to make sure that we got the surveyed tag on each of the worlds that we've seen so far. But other than that, we have recorded all of the levels themselves, and we're just going to continue on to Site 5. Or rather, we're going to start where we left off in Site 4 so we can get our first proper look at this particular transit way. Now, there are ways into Site 5 from both Site 4 and Site 3. We unlocked both of them. And I don't know if they differ substantially in terms of what they give you access to. But in the meantime, I suppose we'll place 20 questions. Anyway, here we are in the Eco Forest Tree Hills. We've made it pretty far, apparently. Looks like you can get to another site from there. Yeah, that'll be the eventual Site 6. And, of course, we still need to deal with the rocket-based launch pad that's in the middle. I don't know if that's folded into Site 6's map at all, but I am not assuming that it will. The pipe must be the way back. Yeah, that one goes to Site 3 as before. And it seems like they are connected in such a way that you could proceed from the Site 3 location, but that it doesn't seem like we should have to spend very much to get the two connected together. So let's see what we can find. Let's just try to unlock as many kettles as we can as before and just traverse the map to the extent that we're able. 3,000, yeah, we've got enough to pop that. And so we will. And this is just going to take me up. We're not going to enter the levels right away, but we are going to unlock what we can. Learn to reflect. Now, Angle Shooter is on a couple of kits that I've been playing with in the multiplayer, so learning to use it properly is certainly going to be helpful, given it is on my old favorite from Splatoon 1, that being the Jet Squelcher. You know, I think what the gold discs do, and perhaps we've finally been able to notice it right here, is that they do immediately add some additional overlays to the world music that we hear in the soundtrack. It's a little faint, but here, when I was paying attention, you could kind of notice the transformation immediately. In the classic Nintendo style of having additional layering of the music, additional layering of instruments and counterpoint to mark your progression through the stages. Something that I closely associate with Yoshi's Island. I think that was one of the very early examples of that being the case. But which is very famously used in many games since. Mario Galaxy being a very prominent example as well, with the way the music is advanced in the Comet Observatory over the course of the game. Let's jump down and grab the scroll. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to hop up. And that's skipping all the way over to 19, Letter of Appointment. Promoted to Captain, that's the promotion of Agent 3, our protagonist from the first game. Pay grade 33, yeah, appropriately so. Lucky number, apparently. And look at that, Callie and Marie, right there in the signing ceremony. And the captain's hat as well, that's something that's extremely notable there in the top left. Anyway, let's pop everything we can. Let's continue exploring. Now, I've hardly replayed any levels, so luckily we are actually at a decent pace when it comes to cash in terms of being able to unlock as much as we can along the way. going to be pretty spendy about all this though, and pretty soon we'll be unlocking more locations that we can perhaps shoot the bits. Now, I was sure he gave me an exclamation mark just now, indicating that loot is nearby. Oh, it was right here. Okay, so I didn't actually need to uncover the passageway, perhaps, but we'll take it. And making ways with splashdowns, and there are a few locations like this where I don't think we strictly need to pop things open. And we'll just prioritize as necessary. Up ahead, though, we probably will. 800, that's going to be pretty much the limit of where we can go right now. 700 over there. And that's just another camera location over in that direction. So let's just make sure we have kettles unlocked up to this point if we can, and also gotten things connected over to the World 3 pipe, the Site 3 pipe, I should say, which would have taken me over here. And we might as well scan this location just in case Small Fry has anything to say. But that's okay. The map indicator afterwards with the green zones indicating areas that you have yet to loot will be pretty helpful for the sweep afterwards. Interesting that you have two separate camera locations, one that looks over in this direction, over at the Site 4 pipe, and the kettles that we have not unlocked up high. Quite a few of them we haven't popped yet, actually, because we jumped down for that scroll earlier. We'll have to double back somehow, and I do see a pretty clear path to do so. On the other hand, we're also able to hop over here and see that I don't think I have anything unpopped up until that 800 toll gate that we have not yet traversed. So let's take a look at this ecological structure. I suppose there's something at the pinnacle right there as well. So yeah, so far we've had bosses in sites 2 and 4. And those were 2 of the members of Deep Cut. We have the third one, Big Man, still unaccounted for. Probably as the World 6 boss, but then we know that the final boss, who may or may not be Mr. Grizz, judging what we know of the plot so far, is still to come. Now, this is going to be the balloon point for one of the eventual scroll chases. That's something we should keep in mind. That 300 gate up there is also something we have the means to pop right now, although I don't quite see the benefit of doing so. We're still largely obstructed. So let's just open up the levels for the time being and just let the money catch up from there. Trouble around every corner. I mean, if we can pop that, we will, but otherwise I think we will have to perhaps make it back the long way, depending on whether we can uncover the route over to that ladder, which is where I originated. So yeah, I probably should have popped that first gate open before I proceeded quite so far, but we'll deal with it. And we'll open up anything we can. 200 on that one. Let's see if we can open up one of the ones that's a little bit closer. 1400 on that. Yeah, that's not happening. However, we might be able to make our way up some other way. Or perhaps not. I think we might just have to come back for that. That's okay. Let's pop to 200. See what happens. See if we can unlock anything, including a little more cash to work with. And I believe we won't really get a way to traverse that all the way back. At least not yet, so. Yeah, trying to pop the kettle from a distance there, that's not going to happen. We can always teleport back to the other one over here. That's just a standard old squid jump that'll allow me to get up ahead and open things up. I think this will suffice for the time being. We can always do the one at the apex of that structure near the satellite dish a little bit later. Let's see some levels. Got a lot to look at here, in fact. And we'll begin with this. Like I was saying earlier, an angle shooter test, if we can manage it. We should expect to use some strategic wall deflections. Okay, use the angle shooter to navigate through a series of obstacles. We'll see how that's enforced. That uses the Splatoon as well. Use the angle shooter, yeah. Looks like we can use the angle shooter to collect as well, and then this also teaches you how the deflection is going to work. Okay, and that you can also use the angle shooter against ceilings as well, which is not something I'd really played with in my previous limited experience with this item. It's going to have significantly greater range as well than the Splatoon-matic that I'm working with. Yeah, not really any optional content in the maps to look at in this game, so I'm not going to fuss too much about that. Now, if I tag that guy, I think I do need to just hit him repeatedly at long range then. Yeah, because I'm just not going to reach. So that's how the angle shooter is going to be required. One of the ways, anyway. It's also possible to do a ceiling deflection and hit him directly. Much more satisfying to do things that way, of course, and to just go straight in. Now, there are 3 switches to hit. Okay. Well, do I need to hit them at once? No, but I didn't need to time the gates. Anyway, back wall deflection is probably how we're going to manage these guys over here, or just hit the blob. Oh, that's not actually receiving any damage though, so probably want to rethink that. And no, even with multiple hits, that's not going to activate, so we just need to get up there and do it, I think. Oh no, I see, it's a wall, okay. Well then, ideally, we'd be able to just hit them head-on in the shield. It's not going to get a deflection necessarily, though. I do want to deflect something behind them. Now, I should be able to, yeah, kind of deflect something behind them, perhaps. Whoops. Not quite doing enough damage here. That's the issue with not hitting them head-on. Yeah, because it is a glass surface that I can use for a back shot. A little difficult to aim that, though. So, but I want to deflect against the wall, so I hit these guys directly. Still not a very good angle. Might have to get in a little bit closer. Yeah, as you can see, not quite making it. However, I do have, no, I don't have access to my other bombs, so never mind, we're not going to do it that way. We'll just have to rush them down, perhaps. Yeah, not ideal. I think the intention was definitely to try to angle a shot to flank them out back, but just couldn't get it to go down the angle I wanted. Probably I needed to stand a little closer to the edge, or just... Yeah, actually, he's kind of standing behind a little bit, as you can see, so the shield was blocking off the wall completely, so that was not happening. I think I actually wanted to ricochet something off the shield and hit this. But, oh, you know what? No. I was supposed to bank something here. You bank it upwards, and then down, and then that would have hit. That was the idea. So that was something that we failed to consider, and which would have made things quite a bit easier to work with. Wait for it, then blast those balloonfish. There we go. Except we needed to wait for the panel to be within range. Whoops. Nope, trying to deflect onto the balloon there, and we're not quite hitting the correct target. That's probably a depth perception issue there. There we go. And then we're going to be doing it again with that guy. Once the panel is actually in position. There we go. Not too bad. Alright, let's proceed. I mean, again, the idea here, I think, is to deflect as much as possible. Our aim could use some work, although, of course, the tracking line is a little difficult to see in some ways. There we go. It's always a depth perception that kind of kills me in this game. As you can see, yeah, doing a back shot against somebody's shielding would be good. You have to kind of wonder how well this does against something like the crab tank, which in a multiplayer context is one of the more critical things to hit from behind, which would be defended in front. Aren't a lot of obstacles that you'd have to deal with in a similar fashion otherwise, so perhaps if you were playing against umbrella players. And that's something I'll have to watch out for as somebody who plays a lot of umbrellas myself. Okay, 4 sections, get creative with an angled shooter. Yeah, we will. Once we find where everything is, yeah, you gotta drop something in this box down below. Need to get up into a higher location, I think, and then have a shot that's actually going to arc downwards. Also have to look for any ceilings that we can fire against. Doesn't seem to be happening just yet. Let's look around a little bit until we find a deflection point that is actually going to work. Yeah. Seems like that's the idea here, is that you can open that up and then you have the opportunity to scroll that, and then you just chain everything over if you can. There we go. Okay, final checkpoint. Alright, we've got a couple of deflections to work with. This should maybe be first. This should definitely be the second. Popping from above. Yeah, we'll need to deal with some other sniper counters as we go. And then, oh no, we actually want to spray and duck down. Then, there's going to be one on this side. I know, we'll try to catch the next one. Whoops. Got hit just barely. Let's not take too much chip damage here. We take that out, and then we got an octo sniper. Maybe we need to lead that shot until such time as we actually get a good angle on this thing. Okay, that's the last of them. Didn't know I was going to hit there, but I will take it. Okay, that's it. Of course, we can do it the stylish way. Much better. Alright, let's continue. Make sure the menu is lighting up here because of the archive. That's okay. We'll keep up with the log once we clear more stages, as we've been doing previously. Just trying to collect the whole thing at once. Okay, Callie's got something for me. Ooh's got pointy ears and some extra power eggs for you. This girl. Are there even any clean-shaven Octarians around anymore? I guess I would qualify. Go, Agent 3. Alright. A compulsive collector's paradise. Grab all power eggs within the limit. Very diverse weapon choice here. Between what looks like a Sploosh-O-Matic and a charger and an ink brush. Okay. Let's collect all the power eggs within the time limit. It looks like it's designed for ink brush. Curling bomb might be useful here as well. E-liter is going to have a higher reward, but given that it's under a time limit, I do need to be fairly accurate, so we can certainly try it. Ink brush and Sploosh-O-Matic are going to be equivalent to. I'm going to go with a Sploosh. It'll be a little less spammy on a trigger. Okay. These shower pieces. Oh, it's essentially a Pac-Man level, that's what it is. It is quite literally a Pac-Man level. And yeah, I can see why ink brush was recommended, because you could just draw a trail in front of you. But we might as well just go in. And we'll see. Oh. We can just find a route, even with a little bit of unexpected improvisation here. Okay. Whoop. That was not great. Looks like we spent a little excessive time doubling back here and there, so just need to be more careful. You know what? Why didn't I just use the curling bomb? Curling bomb is actually significantly better for some of these straightaways. Okay, and we need this top segment over here. 10 remaining. We're missing something, that's for sure. Oh, missing these guys. It's 4 remaining. Okay, we missed something on the map. Let's keep the curling bomb in mind this time. We'll actually use it properly. Yeah, there were a couple of unexpected last-minute diversions that time. We need to keep track of where we are, and especially before we let them paint the whole place. Okay. Whoops. Okay. We'll do this perimeter over here. Oh. Not the best idea. Alright. Not doing too badly this time. Oh, the pathing is a little bit off. We're going to be wasting a bit of time making corrections. 9 seconds. Yeah, we're kind of way off this time. Oh. And then 4 left over there. Yeah. No, just got diverted from my intended path once again. Okay, once again, let's get in as soon as we can, so we... Okay. Collect everything that I can. curling bombs can slide underneath a flutter. That's useful to know. Wish we had considered that earlier. Oh, no. Not enough ink. Okay. There we go. Yeah, not ideal this time either. Kind of way off course. Yeah. Unfortunately missing sometimes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, we're off. Yeah, a lot of it is just keeping track of what I'm doing spatially. Let's maybe try it with the brush, actually. Because keeping track of where I am seems to be the major problem right now, and small fry can also halt the enemy's movement, which is going to be very important. I think that's perhaps what this level was trying to teach in the first place, so we'll go for it. Yeah, I just got a bit lost in some of those previous occasions. Oh, you can actually go under if you take small fry. Okay, no wonder it's much easier. Much, much easier, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, it simplifies things considerably. Oh. Assuming you don't run out of ink, that is. We've got plenty of time to send. Oh, we're way ahead. Okay. Nope, out of ink here. There we go. Whoa, a little bit off. How are we missing one? Okay. That was kind of the right idea. The fact that you can swim through the flutters using the ink brush is obviously really important. And we should go straight for the replenishment whenever we can. Just try to complete pathways whenever possible. So we'd make sure we got the entire exterior perimeter down ahead of time before we make any incursions into the interior. And then we can also get a better view from up here of what we have not yet been able to accomplish. And forward we go. We'll just boom over this. Whoop. Alright, let's get Small Fry over here. Not that we needed him, given that we're going this way instead. 15 seconds to find out where everything is. Oh, low ink once again. Okay, we missed a path over the... Yeah. Once again, just got a little bit lost. We might need to take a little better look at the preview so we can plan out our route a little bit better. There's occasionally just missing one spot in the middle as we're crossing over. Yeah, I can see where certain spots would be throwing me off. When you have things like that one isolated pocket near the top right, for instance. Anyway, let's do it. And of course, not looking at our ink. That's kind of been a major hindrance so far. Going up to the center late, perhaps, might be a better idea. Whoa! I was trying to drop Small Fry there, and I just completely missed. We'll go with brush, though, because I think, apart from occasionally missing a spot, we are otherwise getting way ahead of time. That's what you need to succeed. Okay. Yeah, we'll just try to maybe sweep it column by column rather than going path by path like we've been doing so far. And then do the center last so we can actually scout from that position. Then where can we go from here? Yeah. If you're very accurate with the curling bomb, I can see why that build would be in some ways preferred, but I just need to remember to check the camera in certain locations to make sure we have full coverage. Okay. Much better this time. Except we need to see what we're missing. What are we missing? We're once again missing one piece. Okay, we need to be a little better at tracking this. I mean, you know, actually planning a route in advance might have been helpful, but... Planning? What's that? Yeah. Or maybe doing it square by square, where you loop around instead of going on a straightaway. Does slow you down a bit, but pays to be extra diligent, perhaps. Oh, missing with the small fry once again, and that's not good. And going for the inklet punishment whenever possible. Okay, there's one behind me. We need to not forget that. It's that kind of thing that was causing problems much earlier. I've got 5. I believe there are 4 remaining up here, so we're still missing one. Oh no, we got one. Okay. That maybe took a little longer than I would have liked. Kind of wonder what that experience would be like playing Charger. I guess you could lay down a lot of straight, narrow pathways immediately. And that would be the benefit. Yeah, we'll open up what we can. Let's continue. Low vis, high risk. Cut through the fog. I think I'll probably play Brella for this one, but let's see what the recommendation is. And we may or may not take it, depending on how I feel. I always enjoy playing the Brella weapons, so... And this one is going to have small fry available for you, so I think we will do it. Cut through the fog. Okay, this guy is a big one. Okay. And occasionally, small fries is going to, well, run out of ink, in my case, so maybe killing that one would have actually garnered a real reward, but you know what? We can take him out without much trouble. Very ominous gate, as we were forewarned. Okay, we have a special. And I should be able to do a fair bit of locking on here. Yeah, not as much as I would like. I'd like to get a few additional targets, but we'll take it. And continue. Yeah, saving it for something like this segment would probably have been advisable, but we didn't know it at the time, so... Whoa. So again, pretty heavy on the ink here. But then we have another one, which is great because we'll log on before we get bombed out of here. That guy just missed somehow. That's okay, as long as we don't go off the edge. Following the umbrella trail should generally include some of those issues when it comes to navigation. Here we are at the final checkpoint. Alright, what do we got here? Yeah, we'll just put the umbrella if we can and just go and shotgun them pretty quickly. Yeah, a lot of the standard gunning levels in this campaign have been fairly simple. Okay, triple ink strike. I haven't gotten much use out of some of these specials so far, so I'll be able to learn it. Ah, okay, because the triple ink strike is kind of like a short-range ink strike rather than the globals of yore. Like the original ink strike in Splatoon 1 that required you to tap the map on the gamepad, which you can always have people firing at the last second of the match, just to see if you can drop it before the clock runs out. Here it's going to work a little bit differently. You need to be manually targeting it within range of where you are, so it's kind of in keeping with what we've heard about the special design in this game in general, that particularly in the multiplayer, it's gotten away from things that are infinite range or global. Attentive missiles being a prominent example of that as well. Whoops. Yeah, I'm sure there's cash for killing those guys ahead of time before they come in, but we will not necessarily know that, so let's grab small fry again and continue a little foggy day here. Okay, distraction play here. Yeah, I love using the umbrellas as an anti-sniper weapon. They're always tons of fun. And a pretty big infusion of cash once again, so let's just continue. Let me make sure that I've swept all of this area first for anything that we want to eradicate from the map. I think we have. And so we'll just remove everything within range as we go, perhaps. Hang on, let's jump. And of course we'll probably go down there and see what we can clear, especially now that we have the way back up as well. Oh, small fry taking a bit of a dive here. Perhaps unnecessarily so. Oh, he's gonna just uncover one thing after another. And what do we got here? I think if we go up, then we can target a fuzzball from up here. As expected. Allow me to proceed. I would be fairly creative about just popping everything on the way and seeing a small fry and covers anything interesting. Probably an upgrade waiting to happen. We'll check out the menu for that a little bit later. Not too concerned about it right now. Oh, he's got something. Yep, just going to continue sweeping the map. little bit out of position here, but we'll jump back. Pretty straightforward. I don't think this was quite large enough a structure to grow enough food for the former human population of this settlement, but yeah, whatever, they made do. And they were also eating substantially from the supply of squid and octopus, from what we hear. Back when humans still populated this planet. $1,000, yeah, we got plenty. And that included that 300 in there as well, huh? Okay. So. Oh, might as well take a look at that just to see where it's going to go. Back there. Interesting. Oh, never mind. Fell down. Yeah, we'll definitely need to open up a little more space to playing that, so. Let's go back and see what else is going to be within our spending range. When it comes to unlocks. Okay. Now we need to not overspend so we have enough of a cash reserve left over to enter levels that actually have some kind of cost attached to them. That's a mistake that we had to learn from the hard way. Yeah, that's probably the last one we'll spend on for the time being, given that it's going to keep my cash reserve fairly low. Alright, looks good. Let's see how we're doing. Some additional pustules over here, but other than that, we've unlocked most of the way through World 5, so let's just play some levels. I'll say that prematurely, of course, before we embark on just a little additional exploration. But let's just continue here. The upside to enemy backsides. Attack enemy backs to reach the goal. Yeah, I assume we'll have lots of shielding in store. Also, let's see about those upgrades onto hero gear. I'm at 6 salmonids, which means that we can go a little further with the upgrades. We can also get splat bombs, get sensor. Kind of want to go for suit recovery, actually. We'll just go for this right away. We are going to get 100% by the end, so I'm not too concerned about this either way. I feel like that's going to be highly useful for any of the higher damage situations that we're likely to run into. Now, of course, if you do the get sensor, this costs no additional summons once we want to spend, which we can do now, in fact. I don't know how the get sensor is going to stack. That possibly improves your range, but might as well grab it. Don't know if it affects any of the treasure hunting in the overworld, but that would certainly save me a little bit of trouble as well. And we can go for splat bombs, or we can save for the better sensor over here. I think we can just go directly for the bombs. Not that I've been using the alternate bombs at all in this campaign so far. Might as well just spend what we can. Fill out the tree. Okay, we'll need a lot more upgrade points to proceed from this point, given that for the remaining ones, yeah, we can afford either of these ones once we collect the requisite summons, but then small fried damage up still lies ahead. So anyway, upside to enemy backsides, let's do it. Okay, recommends the hero gear. We haven't been playing rollers that much, I guess, but with everything being equal, let's just do this once again. small fry might be fun to play with here. No fee indicates that this is technically on the main path, so to speak. If there really is such a thing. In general, this campaign seems to be pretty flexibly gated, so... Okay, shot him in the back. Very honorably so. Hit those octo stamps where it hurts? Yeah, we're doing it. And then we'll fire into the occasional pit just for a tiny bit of extra cash, not much. And small fry really does confuse them quite a bit, so it's helpful to know. We're going to break some cover here because we're not really using the cover anyway. Playing aggressively if we can. Pretty simple. We're not required to kill everything, of course, but may as well simplify. And then we've got a couple of these guys trying to jump me. Not really a threat at all, actually. Okay, not that. Yeah. Pretty much as soon as you disappear from view, their attention flags quite a bit. Okay. Have to remember to jump to rings, of course. That is another habit we'll need to develop for multiplayer. Very standard 3D platform mechanic. It's all over the Mario games since Galaxy, but still find a nice vulnerable spot to be shooting these things. Anyway, not much cash to speak of, except of course upon completion. Okay, the adventure continues. And, yeah, forward seems to be the way. And not much else to pop around here, so trouble around every corner. Suppress enemy fire, interesting. Well, manage paranoia. Reach the goal while being mindful of hidden enemies. You know, we've hardly used anything like a nozzle nose or anything of that weapon class, so let's go with it just to... no, actually, glue dualies might be interesting. For that extra reward. Yeah, because you can hold fire with it, but... we'll see how it goes. There must be a reason it's classed as the hardest weapon here. Probably because of range. Twinticle Octotrooper. Okay. Not too much of an issue. Okay. Alright, let's maybe get out of here before we get shot any further. You're gonna lose that shield. Standing a little far in front, perhaps. Oh, we've got splat bombs. I have to remember that we don't just have the full custom layout that we might with the hero shot. Whoa, standing in the ink too long. Maybe just a tiny bit of chip damage away from the casualty. Yeah, too many incoming hits. Not really that acceptable. The bombs still work pretty well. Okay. And let's go. See if we can find a way forward. I guess that's the only way. Okay. Next area. And what's this? This looks like it's a triple link strike, or? Whoops. Whoop. Nope. Didn't mean to slide right off there. That was just a total miscalculation. Not looking at the edge. Okay, we do need to get out of here a little bit. Obviously we can pop some of these guys better, but let's bomb some of these. Much better. Okay, pop this guy. That's pretty straightforward once again. And what do we got here? Yeah, we will not have access to the angle shooter. We'll need to flank him some other way. Possibly using a back shot, but we're just coming around. That also works. Classic style, just finding a location to stand in. Buzzing the enemy down. Okay. Alright, let's see what we have here. Final checkpoint. This is going by pretty quickly. Which is good news because, admittedly, attention is flagging just a little bit today. Probably just fatigue. We had the issue at the beginning of World 3 in the other stream as well, that sometimes everything technically is working and then the player just isn't. Okay. Gotta cross over. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, we'll just bust as many of these down as we can. And here we go. Alright, that's it. Now let's see how we can proceed. Making. And good time so far. Next thing is going to be simply Zipcastic. Using the Spider-Man item, the Zipcaster. Probably the most fun special that has been introduced in this game. And yeah, we'll see how Zipcaster stage goes now that we're kind of past that initial tutorial phase. Let's take a look. This time we have the splatter shot in tow. And I believe the Zipcaster should just be powered up at all times, but we'll see if that's actually the case once we enter the level. Or if we need to charge it up. No, it is charged. And we can always lift up directly. I'm sure there will be some platform chaining that we'll need to do at some point after this. Ooh, okay. Again, one of many levels in this whole affair that seem very explicitly built to encourage speedrunning. Whoop, nope. Let's make sure we climb it properly. Get on that platform before all else. Yeah, that guy was going to try to shoot me eventually, but we'll go this way first. Okay, that's fine. I guess we just circumvented that completely. Works for me. Making me dizzy, apparently. Whatever you do, don't slip. Okay, it's just a tower climb. We just need to deal with one potential sniper up top. And just chain them together. Now, why would I want to do that? Because it takes you down here. Whoop. And yeah, we found ourselves falling off a column like that. We should actually spray with a splatter shot and just try to get back onto the wall. Love the music to Zipcaster stages. It's absolutely perfect for these purposes. We can even pop some balloons for a little extra. And maybe even drop some of those as well. Yeah, we can probably just go down. I mean, it's just going to be the tower climb after this point, so maybe we can just go up and up and up. Oop. Okay, occasionally if we miss, we just need to spam it until we hit. And that's it. Nice and smooth. Far too much fun. Probably disorienting to watch, I bet, but we can always look over it afterwards and see if that's actually the case. A lot of that was all just about disaster recovery in the event that you should miss your target. Way too much fun. Okay. Let's continue. I think I left one stage untouched down there. Let's go back and look that up. Barriers. They've got you covered. Defeat Octodiscos and reach the goal. These are the shield generators that are equivalent to the big bubbler power that's been introduced in the multiplayer, so taking them down is something that we've been practicing quite a bit. You know, let's go to Stringer. We haven't been using that very often lately. This is one of the new weapon classes introduced. Typically just a triple shot. If you charge it up though, it is a focus shot. And we haven't gotten much advanced use out of it just yet, but yeah, I want to do the tap shot for the inking. And of course, if you have a triple like that, we can just go head on, but we don't want to do that yet until we've taken down a shield. It's going to take a couple of charge shots, but it wasn't. Quite a few charge shots, in fact. Okay, need to not get shot in the face over there. Then let's see if we can proceed. Okay, now we need to maintain the fan. Pretty simple. Amped Octostamp. Okay, this is the one that we need to jump and dodge. Ah, it does, unfortunately. Stomp in such a fashion that requires me to get a little bit higher. Whoa. No, unfortunately. What is my sub-weapon here? Oh, curling bomb. Okay, that's not gonna help. Okay, this guy has been pretty annoying to hit. We need to just get behind him. There we go. That took way too long. Use the walls to get around them? Oh, you mean hit them and drive away over? Yeah, maybe so. Or we can just go head on. Oh, except we do need to take out the Octodisco top. Oh, we're going to be in a fair amount of trouble here. And of course, just try to hit them when they're out of the shield. Yeah, I think the idea was to try to traverse around them, but whatever works. Anyway, took me a while to cut through that guy. Probably because I've been intercepted by the shield even from firing in this low position. So, probably don't have the optimal method for dealing with that just yet, certainly not with this weapon, but we'll see. Using the bomb power for dropping shots with the tri-stringer seems to be one way to go. Oh, this guy's trying to get in a little too close for comfort. Yeah, definitely just hitting the shield here instead of getting a shot in that I want. There we go. Whoa. He really does get in close. Let's see. Thing is, my charge time on this is a little long after I get up here, so probably should just tap shot him. Go point blank if I can. Oh no, there we go, finally. Seems greatly inefficient to do it this way. So we might still be missing something about how to take care of enemies like that. Don't look down, we're going to look down. Oh, and totally miss. Okay. This guy, yeah, we can hit him. The range is actually pretty reasonable on a tri-stringer, so we're okay with that. Now, is there a fan? Yes, it is. There we go. Not really a necessary move, but it is. Give me that little onion ring. Calamari, actually. Squid ring. I think it's supposed to be calamari. Those have been around since the original game, of course. How do you tackle this? Well, we have some options. The Octo Sniper up top looks like it's likely to be shielded, and that seems to be the main thing that we have to deal with here. We're of course going to remove all our cover just to be extra risky. Now, am I able to take these guys down with a little more accuracy? Perhaps. Oh, you know what? I can just take this. And then you can gain a little bit of extra height for shooting the disco balls from above. I think that is the idea, in fact, to get above them if you can. Nope, a lot of these guys are shielded. Okay. Bust down whoever we can and take out some of the covering fire on the way. Whoa. Nope. Standing right in the line of fire, definitely not recommended here. Yeah, so we didn't play that too well. Let's see if we can fix that up a bit. Whoa, nope. Almost thought I'd miss that one. Break cover for no reason, of course. That's how we play around here. But we need to move the shield. And oops. Or just run it, actually. We don't need to kill everything here. I mean, possibly would help, but we need to take care of the fact that the shields can only be in so many places at once, and we also have the Tri-Zuga, which possibly is going to allow me to take down the shield and sniper. Yeah, that works. And in fact, that gives me plenty of space to work with, so might as well pick up a tiny bit of extra cash. Not a significant amount. Try to get a better sense of how much punishment they can take. You actually demonstrate some accuracy. Okay, great. And decent cash bonus for a full clear. So much for the disco. Yeah, it would have been a different experience, I think, with the shorter range of the hero shot, but with the small fry instead as the sub. Anyway, that's a fair bit of unlocking that we've done thus far. Let's see if there's anything else to look at back here. Probably not. Let's proceed. And if we clear out more space, we could probably go for the balloon scroll soon enough. Along with this guy over here. Whatever it is. Okay. Satellite dish. That'll completely fit in our modest little locker. And another upgrade. Currency for an upgrade, rather, from the electable salmonid. Yeah, let's see how much we can open. And then we'll continue. Okay. Some of these are definitely not strictly necessary, but it's optional paths like that that are going to give me those collectibles, I suppose. Pretty sizable Site 5 that we've seen here so far. Understandably so. And we'll just see how much further we're allowed to get. Open everything up. 3,000, that appears to be the final unlock that takes you off of this island, so we can technically proceed to Site 6 already if we wanted to speed our way there, but we don't. Much better to actually just do every stage along the way if we can. Pretty sure that's what it is, though, to Site 6, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll get there. But not yet. Yeah, I guess cash-wise, we were fairly far ahead because you only technically did need to defeat Site 3 to get started on Site 5, and having done both 3 and 4 first, we coming in with a fair bit of an advantage compared to anybody who's not quite so much of a completionist. Yeah, let's go for Balloon Challenge. Okay, need to be fairly quick about this one. All about traversing the perimeter and finding your targets quickly this time. And having all the paths unlocked, of course, which I think is a bit of a necessity. Not too difficult, just a full circuit. Frying out in here in Scorched Gorge in more ways than one. Yeah, Krusty Sean here in Scorched Gorge. This is a bit of a tie-in with what he does in a mobile app. Whereas you ink some turf in the multiplayer mode, you get some bonuses off of him as well. We haven't really done much with that since I haven't used the companion app for much other than ordering 1 or 2 pieces of gear with 3 full upgrade slots, 3 full ability slots. Now that surely can't be the only balloon challenge. We've got a couple of scrolls that are still unaccounted for, which we will definitely want to unlock. And we haven't been very thorough about looking at the map, of course. If you look at this, just lots of blank spaces all over the place, lots of green zones still need to be combed, but again, we will probably prioritize the level itself first and then see what happens. One-way ride through Target Town. Probably another rail ride where you need to hit everything along the way. Ooh, not sure if we want to do Tri-Stringer once again. We can. But obviously, much less leeway on it. We'll try it. And if it doesn't go well, If we spend all of those continues, then we'll rethink that and go with something simpler. Actually, not too bad. Got to hit every target you see, yep. Now, of course, that requires me to actually see the targets. Anything up here? No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, a little bit of a lag time on the triple shot explosion. Had me a little bit worried there, but having a full charge for the explosion does help quite a bit, though. Okay, need to get back into squid form to get back on the rails safely. Bit of a risk there as well. Actually quite a lot of fun with a tri-stringer. I do like doing it this way quite a bit. Now this one's going to worry me a little bit. Alright, let's see. Whoa, no. That was a miss. Really needed to land that in the middle. And do you need to start from the top? Yes, you do. So, we'll need to be a little more consistent. Thank you for the follow. Pick up a little bit of cash on the side, but yeah, just one little accuracy problem near the end as we were going for that fence. So on one hand, I can definitely see why tri-stringer is giving you the greatest reward here, but on the other hand, it actually is kind of a ton of fun to practice a little bit with the triple shot explosion. It gives you a bit of leeway in its own right. You just can't be doing tap shots too much. Okay, that did hit. I was a little worried about the way I was getting ahead of the target there, but sometimes we need to confirm the hit as well. Now, this worried me a little bit, but we were actually on pace last time, so perhaps I'm okay. Maybe a little behind pace there, but we'll manage. Okay, this is where I ran into trouble. Total miss. Nope, we didn't hit. Yeah, that's going to get me into trouble with the stringer. So yeah, we missed a lot there. That's nearly the final segment though, so we'll definitely stick with this, I think. Stringer's just too much fun to pass up for a level like this one, but we'll need to have a better sense of momentum. Make sure I'm actually going to hit what I want by landing the triple shot explosive. Yeah, if I hit the target directly, there is no triple shot explosive. I do need to hit the wall, and that's the main issue I'm running into. Because of the triple shot spread, if one of the projectiles hits the target, that's fine, but the thing is, I need the remaining ones at least to hit the wall, and you see that's what happens if you miss. So, or rather, if you hit too precisely. Yeah, if you hit the targets too precisely without landing any projectiles on the wall, that's the fail condition. So, we'll steadily make some improvements. And yeah, Sonic Melody, I am on this. We've been doing every stage in Site 5 today. We did Sites 1 through 4 in some previous streams. I've been playing a lot of the multiplayer and especially a lot of Table Turf Battle outside of this, but I've been saving the campaign for streams, and so we've been working through it slowly. I mean, I see that a lot of people have already collected their alternate titles for completing the campaign. I do play in the multiplayer, but this took you 8 tries. Yeah, a lot of railroad ones can be pretty tricky. You can definitely see why there's so many of these railroad target practice levels all throughout this campaign, as well as in Octo Expansion before it. Very popular level style. Okay. Once again, landing some shots at a wall is the trick here. And here's the bit we have trouble with. Whoop, nope. Too busy confirming the shot and I just ran into the fence. Definitely one of the tougher ones that we've seen so far. I haven't really had to retry very much in this campaign so far. But of course we are doing it the hard way by picking this weapon rather than one of the blasters. That's the whole point of having a choice. There we go, bust that down. Let's get the ink stored up again. Nope, that was a miss. I thought the second shot would get the explosive, but unfortunately that was insufficiently charged. We're doing it again. I feel like at this point I have something to prove with the tri-stringer method, so unless we really get stuck on it, I think I will stay on this item. Could definitely use the stringer practice anyway, so well worth doing. Interesting music here. I kind of wonder what happens if you play it backwards, because it does feel like some of the audio is mixed from samples that are played in reverse. I strongly suspect that, in fact. That you could probably reverse the recording into something that sounds more like a natural instrument. Okay. Yeah, once again, it's a shot that was too clean. That time we got it, though. Yeah, just something needs to land in the middle. And yeah, I actually explicitly do want to hit the back wall for this one. Whoa, no, that was a disaster. I hadn't had trouble with that one previously. I think we were kind of overthinking at that time. One thing I'm not using is the burst bomb. And we actually should use the bomb for insurance in some circumstances. It's just that I've got my finger on a charge all the time. I hadn't even thought about it. Because I think using the burst bomb as a backup is probably the best idea. You sometimes need to switch that on fairly short notice, though. Can't always rely on it. And particularly when it doesn't necessarily have a clean landing zone. But yeah, in the campaign you're switching sub-weapons so often that I just wind up not using them very much. Whoa, complete miss. That was way too low. Because it's very easy to lose track of which bomb you actually have access to. Even though I've unlocked all of the ones in conjunction with the hero shot at this point. And of course, there's the matter of the ink consumption. I use my subs quite a lot in multiplayer. Depending on the build, of course, but in campaign, they're often not really going to be the focus or even anything required, so. Sometimes you just kind of need to get into the mindset of being able to tell yourself, okay, maybe the bomb is better here. Okay, much, much better. That time. Very good. That was also great. Perfect. Exactly the kind of shot we need to take. Okay, just barely got onto rail. Once it got traced. Great. Let's... No, missed one. Well, I mean, I am dead. I missed one, so... And only one. So that's... Well, 8 deaths for me at this point, matching... Or perhaps surpassing what Sonic and Melody suggested earlier. I've taken 8 tries. That's okay, it's a fun one. I felt like this campaign on the whole had generally been on the easy side so far, so nice to have one that's going to take a little bit of work, at least with selecting the supposedly hardest available weapon for it. We haven't always been doing that. I tend to just select whichever weapon interests me in the heat of the moment. But in general, I need practice with things like charger weapons and, by extension, the stringer anyway, and so... Yeah, at the end you used a pop gun. Maybe if we hit a couple of continues, we'll switch to it, but... The stringer is just much more stylish here. And the point of Splatoon is to be stylish. So we're going to do it this way. Whoa, how did I miss that shot? Okay. No, I had a bit of a stick issue there. I was trying to twirl my camera around and my grip was off a bit. I was expecting a little more sensitivity on that turn. The tough keep on grinding. Yes, they do. Yeah, there was one earlier stage that was a timed target stage in one of the earlier worlds that I had a lot of trouble with when I tried to play it with Sniper, with one of the charger weapons. And that one I did switch out of because, honestly, I didn't feel even close. This one I feel relatively close to finishing this way. I have a couple of tiny little mistakes to clean up on the side here and there, and we also have to see the final segment, but I feel like this method is quite possible. Yeah, also need to replenish ink from time to time. I've been neglecting that. Yeah, if we fire the first shot early enough, then at least I have some time to do a second shot for correction. Problem with taking 2 shots is that sometimes I don't have enough of a charge on the second one. Great. Perfect. I mean, maybe not perfect. Could have been cleaner, but it works. Let's... Okay, oh, once again, too many shots there, and I just turned when we hit the fence. Nope, we're doing it like this. Yeah, you really only have the opportunity for 2 shots there because otherwise I hit the fence. Oh, forgot to get money on the left side that time, but that's okay. Not going to make a huge difference here. Oh, insufficient damage on a big crate that time. I guess I was just a little too far on that shot. Yeah, this has definitely been the most challenging one I've done today, by quite a margin. But I'm certainly not complaining. Okay, just enough time to confirm the shot, and then... Great. Yeah, very few shots in that one as well. That worked very well. I'm going to stay in squid form for the time being until we get over here and make the jump. Whoop, nope. I was just about to lower myself. I was spending too long confirming the shot. By that point, it was too late to do anything about it anyway, so I really just need to get into the habit of getting back into squid form after that obstacle. That's okay. Stringer practice is a good thing. I haven't really taken the Stringer into multiplayer yet. I did play mostly try Stringer back in the Splatfest demo in early to mid-August, but sometime in August. Late August, I want to say? Yeah. But in the full game, I have not really been using it. Because I've mostly been preoccupied with the old classics. Definitely, it's all about getting used to effectively using the explosive shot. And that's certainly what this stage is all about. Tower of targets. A little slow this time. Nope. Nope. I knew that was going to be a problem. Yeah, one of my early shots was way off there. Usually I can expect that I can do it cleanly in 3 shots. Take down the whole tower at once, but you have to be pretty clear about whether you're going for the crates or going for the wall. You do have to pick one. And we'll be there soon enough. Kind of have to adjust my grip and my Joy-Con just a little bit here. One of the issues here is that once you're on a stage like this for long enough, your grip can fall just a little out of alignment if you're not paying attention. Just from continuously holding fire into the charge, holding that trigger until you're completely dislodged from your hand's usual configuration. Especially with all the rumble going on, because the thing is, when you're riding ink rails, you just have this continuous rumble. See, 3 shots. And in fact, if you get everything down early enough, you get that beautiful little ring bonus. Oh, speaking of ring bonuses. Nope, nope. Just too late. Just barely too late. I was just in the middle of diving back into squid form when I was hitting the fence. I keep forgetting about that because I'm always so fixated on hitting the targets there. Fundamentally, I just need to make sure I hit with 2 shots. Well, we're definitely getting into the sunk cost fallacy territory at this point where I feel a certain sense of obligation. On the other hand, the reward for doing it this way is about, what, 300 more than with the other weapons? Which means that you're kind of expected to spend 6 additional continues to break even, relative to a first-time clear with any of the other weapons. So in that sense, you know, if you spend less than 6 continues here, you're still technically coming out ahead. Yeah, if it's a time-based gate here, you have to take them out early enough to have all the rings come up. Okay, we need to not forget about defense this time. Okay, I hope that was a full hit. I think it was. Ooh, I missed one. I missed the last one. Getting closer. It's kind of nice, in fact, to just stay on a challenging level here, because I feel like most of the levels that I've come across in the campaign so far have just kind of come and gone, where like, a few of them are technically spectacular enough due to the items involved, like the Zipcaster, for instance, that they're very memorable, but because you're not spending a lot of time exploring or looking for any optional objectives and you're just blasting through the stages, there aren't as many that have stuck out the way this one has, even the previous rail rides, which were not that distinctive. But I think the fact that I'm playing this with the charger, not with the charger, with the stringer rather, makes it a very unique experience relative to a lot of the other rail targeting we've seen in the past. And so it's been pretty satisfying to get through, even though we're still a few steps away. And just think about how satisfying it will be when we get it. Okay. That was a terrible run. And I ran out of ink too, so... Yeah, unfortunately... I just completely flipped the first shot on a tower there, and it set me back so far. I just didn't have a chance to recover. I also didn't realize how low I was in ink. That was maybe the one time that I failed due to ink depletion unexpectedly happening, and so we need to keep that in mind. And recharge on a rail whenever possible. Anyway, we'll just keep going. Not going to make any compromises here. Wait, how did that miss? What did I miss? I don't think I even saw what I missed there. It must have been the last one. But yeah, you really need something to explode from the stringer for any of this to work out. I'm also often assuming that I need a full charge on a stringer. You don't actually need a full charge to get the bomb down, so... You're getting all the items in Hub World. Yeah, I got 100% in Worlds 1 through 4 as well. which also requires you to uncover all of the gray spots on the map. But it does have that check mark per category, of course, for collecting everything. No, once again, I just clubbed that at the very end. This is the easy part, too. It's okay. Yeah, at this point, this is definitely the most attempts I've spent on any level in the campaign so far, but that's because I'm sticking with doing it the hard way. And I'm fine with that. It's been a while since we've seen one of these take some work, so... Yeah, the thing about this level is that even minor inaccuracies can get you into big trouble. At least when you play with this weapon. You need to be pretty accurate. Otherwise you run into a lot of unexpected problems from explosives not going off, for instance. So, as you can see, we don't need the full charge to hit the stringer explosion, so we should keep that in mind. But also, it feels like this spot is actually built for the burst bomb, if you think about it. Okay, a little late that time for the bonus rings, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. Okay, I believe that did hit everything. Great. Finally got it. Now, let's see. Oh, we got a critical target over here. Okay, that's gonna be pretty close now. Whoa. Okay, you need to be pretty quick about that one. You definitely can't charge 2 shots fully to hit those targets. I feel like you need a bomb drop for the lower part. For sure, on that one. And then you do a targeted shot on the top. Going for a charge shot on top was my mistake there. That's the first time I saw that, of course, so we were going in a little bit blind. But I think it's going to be a burst bomb down low. It is a bit of a surprise. Wait, how did I miss? Something missed there. So yeah, we need to do the uncharged shot more often, in fact, so I get a bit more spread on the explosives. The full charge is actually causing problems for me if I don't need that power to actually take out a full crate. I mean, obviously I do need to charge shots to take out some of these guys here, but in some circumstances, not charging is going to be significantly better. That's something I should have learned. Yeah, that kind of half charge with a mild spread on the projectile seems to be working out quite a bit better. You don't want to do that with vertical tower, of course, because the horizontal spread won't actually get you anything. It may, in fact, be quite a bit worse. Okay, let's charge up some ink, because ink depletion isn't something I want to have hit me by surprise. Very nice. Already got them all. Okay, now here's the tough part here. adjust. Whoa, no. Made a really bad adjustment on the rail. I was trying to shift my controller a little bit, and that was a bad time to do it. We were doing really well at a segment that usually catches me off, though. That's okay. What are we up to? 4 continues at this point, at least? That's okay. Could be worse. Like I was saying, at this point we do have something to prove. And down we go. And wait, how is that still missing? What was being missed there? I didn't even see which target wasn't accounted for. It must have been one of the ones near the end if we expected an explosion and didn't get one. I couldn't see which one was unaccounted for. Let's try it again. And up we go. Yeah, most of the way. I'm missing something. I'm still missing something. And it's happened enough now that I wonder if I just started ignoring a particular target along the way or something, because I didn't feel like I missed any of them with the explosions. So that was unexpected. Yeah, let's rethink this, because possibly I didn't think I missed a target. Yeah, no, I got him. But I wonder what the problem was. Maybe just off-center or something with one of them. Whoa, no. Way off. Okay, hang on. Okay, this has been a bad series of attempts. I didn't actually get as far as I wanted. And I'm dying to early stuff that I previously didn't have any trouble with, so maybe I'm slipping a little bit. As can happen sometimes after you've been grinding something for long enough. I need to rethink my controller grip a little bit. Need to do some shifting between attempts. Yeah, okay, that did hit. Okay, there we go. It was nearly a disaster on both counts, but we managed to recover. But almost went terribly. Great. A little too late for the rings once again, but okay. Moment of truth. Yeah, sometimes you just need to spam some shots if things are not going well. Great. becoming too dependent on the charge when I only need it for big target. Great. Once again. Destroying that quickly. No. I was trying to go for the bomb that time, and I didn't realize that I was too low on ink to do it. After the red crate, I should be charging ink, because a bomb is clearly the way to go for the bottom of the tower there. It's okay, we'll get it soon enough. And here we are. Oh, whoops, missed. And unfortunately, I reacted too late to recover. Yeah, I didn't realize I would miss that one. So I was too late to react and turn the stick for a quick spin. I usually don't have my thumb ready on the stick. On the right stick, rather. Maybe that's a bit of a bad habit. So I use it for quick spins of the camera, but usually don't use it for targeting purposes very much, since I play with a very high gyro sensitivity. And let's see. Whoops. Whoops, that was just a moment of distraction. Just had to deal with something off screen very quickly. Let's try it again. So, we'll try to avoid that. And let's see. We can have a clean attempt this time. Okay, down we go. Whoa, that was a total miss. Yeah, no. Awful attempt. Kind of been getting worse than some of the early stuff. Oh, I'm not going to compromise though. Not going to switch to blaster at this point after all the practice that we've been putting in. We might, however, be going for some of the default loadouts in the levels after this one, just to give ourselves a bit of a reprieve, though. Don't need to do everything in hard mode today. And let's remember to charge up the ink. Very important. We have been... What? How did that still miss? I thought I had everything. I was sure I had everything. Yeah, once again, just didn't get the explosive down there. Yeah. We have to get used to doing the tap shot for the small targets, I think. Because the charge shot is actually creating problems. And... well, I mean, we're fairly confident about our accuracy. That's fine, but we've had some issues. Okay, yeah. Let's charge up. Getting a bit low here. Okay, good. Very satisfying when it is on target. Just like that. Once again, getting the rings. Okay, whoop, nope. I actually did get into squid form that time, and I came out of squid form too quickly. Because I was ready to duck into the fence. And then I popped up before I was actually through the fence. So it was just a bit of a panic reaction that time. And unfortunately sunk what was a perfectly fine attempt up to that point. One more upgrade to go. Congratulations. Okay. Why is that? Oh, it's missing in the second cluster. I see which one is failing to activate now, yeah. Now, the minus 50 actually doesn't matter at all, because as you can see, my cash is going up, I think, because collecting enough bonuses from things like the rings that it's more than enough to make up for the failed attempts. So mostly the thing we're spending here is time. Yeah, this is easily the longest I've spent on any level of this campaign so far. By a very large margin. And that's okay. I was honestly kind of hoping for something of that nature. Yeah. I see why I'm missing now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm shooting too far to the left on that one. And I'm usually not noticing when I'm missing that one because it goes off camera so quickly. I didn't have that problem previously, so I don't know why I'm running into it now, but I guess the second shot in that row is coming down a little bit late. Anyway, we'll try it again. And through we go. Okay. That was a little bit risky. Yeah, again, not doing a full charge of those shots is probably a lot better because I actually do need more horizontal spread than what I was getting previously. Just too accustomed to getting perfect charge shots. Like that one. Oh, too late for the rings this time. Okay, let's charge up. Very important to get the ink back in play. Okay, there we go. Nope, this one. Missed the one at the top. Pretty close that time, though. I still have to figure out the finale. We've only seen the final target twice at this point, and I have an approach I want to try using a bomb, but we haven't actually gotten a chance to test it. because I have to get back to that location first. Well, we'll be quite comfortable with the tri-stringer at the end of this. Let's see. Upside. Or so one would hope. Okay. Nearly missed that. But we'll recover. There we go. Nice spread on that one. And on that one. Yeah, let's pool up the ink this time so we don't need to worry so much about the tap shots. But we do need to depend on them. Great. Okay. Excellent. Okay, not too worried about the central crate, but we need to charge up after we've taken it out. So I can actually get ready to throw a bomb. Nope, still missing the top shot. Yeah, we absolutely need to get the charged explosive on the top, and then you can tap shot on the way down. The bomb is actually not working out there because I don't have the range for it. But having enough ink left over to spam on the way down is probably the trick. I'm going to try it a few times there. We just haven't had enough practice on that segment yet to really figure out what the ranges are going to be. There we go. Super nice, apparently. Here we go. Recovered from a bit of inaccuracy initially. And got rings once again, very satisfying whenever that happens. I'll just take a moment to kind of reset my Joy-Con grip. Good. Alright, that's fine as well. Could have gone badly there, but we made it. And that was fast. Okay. Nope, missed one. And once again, the bomb didn't go far enough. We're really close. It's that final segment that we just don't have down yet. Unfortunately, trying to drop a bomb there on short notice just wasn't working because we didn't get enough range on it. I did manage to hit all the top targets this time, though, so that's important. The thing is, when you just do a tap shot, the tri-stringer doesn't have that much range. That's something you have to compensate for when choosing between the charge and the tap. It's kind kind of a... Whoops. Once again, missed a second block. Kind of a trade-off between spread and distance. Okay, I think that's getting into continue number 6, maybe? We've been on this a while, at any rate. But again, we do have something to prove, so we will prove it. I am hoping to stay long enough today to do both Site 5 and 6, but of course, we're right in the middle of Site 5 right now, and definitely hit a bit of a roadblock. I'm committed to do this the hard way. Nice shot there for once. Haven't had a good one there in a while. Alright, let's make sure we're charged up. Okay, let's readjust. Relax the grip a little bit since we're not charging a shot. Let's skip this ring so I can have a little more time to do a... Whoa, no, once again, I tapped the squid. Got out of it too early. Can't really hesitate, you have to just jam that ZL. Commit to being in the squid form until you're through the fence. Just have a tendency to tap it into my crouch input instead of actually holding it down. And you can't just spam like that when you're about to hit defense, unfortunately. Yeah, you can't really do much of a backward jump to cut momentum on a rail either. How did I miss? Oh, last stack that time. I always have this issue there where I think I've hit everything and I actually haven't. Anyway, let's just keep going. And ride, ride, ride. And miss, miss, miss. Yeah, I'm just going to tap shot that one from now on. Perhaps if we remember. Which we may or may not. Yeah, just being able to read when I need the second shot is really the whole trick there. Just having some disaster recovery in the event that things do not go as planned. Tiny bit too late there for the rings, but okay, let's reorient. And let's not take this ring, just to get some cleaner shots here, so we don't have to fuss around with the camera too much on my way over to the rest. Did I get everything? I think so. Got it. Okay, moment of truth. Nope, again, the bomb didn't even get as far as the wall. Yeah, we need to change the strategy entirely for That. I think the way to do it is for the 3-stack column, I want to drop an explosive shot to its left, or to its right. I can't hit it straight on. Although I can also tap shot it perhaps on the way down. It's a bit tricky to get the timing down there. That's the one segment so far, at the very end, where it feels like it's not convenient for the stringer pattern. Oh, once again, missed on the last block. Well, at some point I may have to capitulate and switch to one of the more sensible weapons, but it is not this day. Yeah, I mean, I think at least part of the point is to try to master some of the new stuff. And that goes for the Splatoon weapon as well, where it becomes available. Okay, got it. Oh, whoa, how did I miss that jump completely? Given that a rail was actually available. I think that was just a camera positioning issue. It's okay, we'll get it. I'm entitled to one needlessly difficult self-inflicted grind. And the thing is, it doesn't even really feel that hard until the last shot. Oh, once again. Yeah, no, because it's that block in the middle that's getting me into trouble here. That you actually need to aim a little bit high. To do that in one shot. And possibly just go for the tap shot. Like a sensible person. But we'll see. It wasn't until a few continues in that I started running into trouble in this area here. Yeah, because the issue is that the space between the two targets in those segments actually does protrude out a little bit, and so it prevents you from making contact with one of the targets if you hit the center block from the side. And it also prevents me from seeing that that's the case if I'm over too far in the camera. So, gotta change our approach there to something more consistent, perhaps. Given that I am running into a lot of issues. Whoa. Okay, hang on. I was hoping to just spam a tap shot there, but then we completely missed because of the initial spread. So, maybe spamming a tap shot is not always the answer. I think I spent well over half an hour in this one at this point. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Got it. Yeah, just kind of a medium charge, get a bit of spread on it. Also, tap it up high. Yeah, estimating range is very often a problem with me for most of the things in this game, so sometimes just understanding if I am within range to land a shot from the wall is going to be the biggest hurdle here. Okay, let's get ready to charge up once again and good. Got them all. Okay, don't lose focus, apparently. You need to be a little quicker than that, too. Did I get it? I got it. I was a little worried about that because I thought I'd missed the first shot, but at long last, like I said, you needed about 6 continues to make par with the other weapons. Let's take a lot of profit along the way with all of the eggs that you collect, so in the end, we did okay. I can definitely use a break from charge weapons after that one, though. I think we're going back to things that are maybe less target sensitive for the next little while. Perhaps for the next long while. Anyway, we haven't been very thorough about letting small fry hunt for treasure. As you can see, just green all over the map. But you can scan along the way, perhaps. In case there's anything of interest. And then we'll just clear out all the remaining kettles if we can. It would be nice to at least recover the scrolls, though. I don't need to grab absolutely everything, but I would like to have all of the available scrolls before I leave this world. Anyway, let's take a look at the map here. It's going to be something somewhere in this zone. There we go. Yeah, definitely need a bit of overworld downtime, perhaps, after that previous segment went. Oh, right on target. Directly on target. That doesn't happen too often. As they grow, crustaceans such as the coconut crab frequently shed their shells to allow for further growth. Are the crabs really that much larger here in the Splatlands? I hadn't thought about that as being the case. But you know, I'm hardly a marine biologist. Anything? No, this is out of the treasure hunt zone. Let's... get back over here. Yeah, the item sweeping is, I think, sometimes a little bit of a nuisance. We don't necessarily need to do it on stream. We should prioritize the levels, in fact. And just sweep the map after the fact. Okay, where is he running off to? Yeah, let's just do some levels first. Unless anything. We'll check this location because we haven't actually been down here yet. perhaps. Here we go. That looked reasonably suspicious. I was mostly interested in the squirrels, so now we'll proceed. Barry C here. Atlantis' only owner. And that's how Harmony came to run the shop. Let's get back upstairs. Okay. That's fine. We're not going to be too perfectionist about the collectibles from this point. We'll probably sweep it up off stream later. Uh-oh, too many snipers. Well, we're not going to do a counter snipe. I've had plenty enough of that, I think, so. We have something like a umbrella weapon or something else to that effect. We'll probably prefer that instead. Okay, hero gear, tent umbrella. We can play umbrella again. That might be fun. As a counter sniper option. Umbrella is always pretty invigorating. There were some really great anti-sniper maps in Octo Expansion as well, so it'll be kind of fun to get back into that. Whoops. We'll just try to close in until I find a way upstairs. What bomb have I got? I got burst bomb, okay. Whoa. Caught in a crossfire. Okay, let's get the shield reloaded. Glad I got that upgrade. It's very Moray Towers in some ways. Getting up onto some high ground like that. Everything feels so much more relaxed after the previous level. Oh, okay, let's actually use the umbrella. Low in ink, though. Just did a hammer challenge? Oh, you mean with the Ultra Stamp? The other big thing I streamed this year, as far as 3D platforms go, was Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and I think it was the hammer challenge in that one that took me the longest. There are definitely a few similarities to this game. Especially when it comes to some elements of boss design, so... Whoops. Yeah, we're gonna use it. Whoa. Nope. Okay, the range on this is not nearly as good as I thought it was. So we completely wasted that special. It's okay, we'll grab this instead. And we'll try to find our way upstairs. Let's see what we can do here. A lot of crates that we didn't pop down there, actually. So definitely a lot of bonuses that we can still grab on our way up, perhaps. Like if we slip down here, like that. A regular crate magnet, that's right. That we are. And we might as well pop everything on the other side as well if we can't. Whoops. So much for that. That's okay, we don't really need to cash, so let's just try to proceed. I'm getting a little mired up again here, though. Let's try to find a wall to take us up a floor. Should actually use the umbrella from time to time Umbrella is a little bit sluggish, very high-powered, incredibly wide coverage, but does feel a little slower than I'm used to when it comes to some of the other Umbrellas. I play Undercover Umbrella in Turf War quite a bit, so it's actually my most played weapon in Splatoon 3 so far. It was already kind of my Splatfest standby back in 2. Kind of want to toss a bomb in there, I think. That might not be the worst idea if I can reach. Apparently I don't know if I'll reach. Yeah, because the burst bombs just go immediately, of course. No. Hitting the wall. Nah, that's not gonna go. Let's just find a way up. Not fall down quite as spectacularly as I did before. Where were we considering going up here? Must have been a place. I think it's... oh, the wall's on the other side, okay. Didn't even look at that. Pretty obvious wall now that I see it. Okay. Made it to the top. Yes, I did. Not done yet, though. Okay. Much better. Yeah, maybe not getting the most actual use out of the umbrella power, but we'll do a lock on here and not stay exposed for too long from that location. Okay, that's a lot more sensible. Not too bad as far as an anti-sniper level goes, actually. I love the music across most of the game, to be honest. Particularly for some of the stages that are focused on the new specials. They really nailed the music for things like the crab tank level, the zipcaster level, things like that. Fantastic soundtrack, of course. Usually in the past with Splatoon, the campaigns are over so quickly that you don't really take in the music in that context, because you just mostly hear the multiplayer tracks instead. And I guess you've reached a big man. I have not, although he's obviously coming, so it's not like a spoiler or anything. So good luck with that. Making waves with Splashdown. Splashdown, no longer really part of the multiplayer, I don't think, but still a classic making a comeback here. Alright, let's take a look. And yeah, you just kind of need to get within range. That's all a Splashdown is about. Now, I have no main weapon. It is pure Splashdown. And then you ink up and then... oh yeah. This is what Mario Maker players call a refreshing special. That's literally what it is. Because all you do is stomp on the ground and watch things explode. It's kind of a kid-level cliche in Mario Maker, just see that kind of thing. Yeah, congratulations on Phase 2. Like I said, I haven't seen the actual fight yet, so Don't tell me any details, but good luck. Whoop. Yeah, going mid-air like that was a bad idea. Let's not do that. Let's actually reposition first. Okay, got hit there, but luckily not too badly. I do want to recharge the shield first and then have everybody rotate in. Oh, no, that was a miss. Not too bad. It was possible to kill everything there, but we missed it. Okay. It spotted me, how rude. Okay, we got those guys at least. Very cathartic stage after the precision involved in that one that we were stuck on. So yeah, definitely the difficulty curve is all over the place here. Partly because, you know, the campaign is meant to be accessible to new players, so there definitely is kind of a new player route through it. That seems to be relatively easy, and then picking the harder weapons, of course, changes things up pretty dramatically, as they did in Octo Expansion, where all the weapon choices seem to be very precisely picked for the kind of level that you'll be dealing with. Alright, so we've just got a couple of kettles up ahead, 3 more, and then we'll be out of World 5. Congratulations for taking down the big man. I gotta say, Big Man is my favorite of the new character designs, but I'm sure I'm not alone in that sentiment. Okay, for what's recommended weapon here actually is the one with the highest reward. This mission will test your ability to look cool during tricky maneuvers. Oh, and it's another rail level. Well, we've got lots of practice with that at this point. And Bamboozler is another charge weapon, but that's okay. We don't have to depend on explosive placement the way we did with the Tri-Stringer earlier, so I can't imagine this would be as difficult. I would be really surprised if we took as long as that last one, given... Whoop. Yeah, gotta be aware of the reversals here. I love this landscape here, that is very unique. Where's my target? Where's my target? I didn't even see it. Too busy admiring the trees, I didn't actually see what I was supposed to hit. Yeah, we need to look at the columns, I think. That would have given me the answer I was looking for. Okay, so we need to hit this nice and early so we jump over. Ah, I see. I see what I missed. Low target on this column here. And yeah, checkpoint, we'll need to keep an eye out. I'm getting into squid form because that eases up on the landing. You know that from any other rail levels in the past. Whoa. Was a little late on the top shot there. We don't always need a full charge, but the charge storage on the charger weapons is something we should take advantage of where possible. And of course we need to make sure we're stashing up some ink. Yeah, shooting the top target just drops ink on the other targets. When you have vertical stacks like that, we should have kept that in mind. This makes some things considerably easier. Optional target, we'll still take it. Yeah, shooting slightly above the target is fine, in general. Whoa, that was a miss. Wonder if we get to do this circuit, though. Like, if I just continue to do the circuit... We should have jumped towards the checkpoint platform. Didn't really scope that out with the camera well enough, but... Maybe we can do it in one cycle, of course, it's for the best, but... Oops. Missing a lot of these balloon shots, unfortunately. Okay, I guess we'll circle around until we get it. Okay, we got that panel. We just need to get the other one now. Face backwards into it. There we go. Got a new rail ready to go. In the clear. Okay, comparatively simple. If you jump, you shoot at another angle. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it seems like pointing high and dropping the ink onto a column, though, was definitely the idea to go for there with the bamboozler. So, pretty comfortable with that. Let's go on and do some more. Now, given that how long I spent in that previous level, I actually kind of wonder if I'll be able to finish both 5 and 6 today. But if I don't get to 6 today, I'll definitely try to finish it tomorrow. Possibly with a short stream, but we'll see. Hey, Zipcaster, again. Always tons of fun. And this time we'll get a brush with it, too. Okay. And we can get really high ground as well. And then... yeah, there's going to be a place a little bit beside me, and so... oh. Get some high ground, then we zip over. Whoa. Bust everything down. Zipcaster is way too much fun. Now, I actually haven't really taken it into multiplayer yet myself. I feel like it's one that requires a bit of map knowledge in order to be used effectively. So, I don't feel like my understanding of the new maps is quite good enough yet to take advantage of it, especially not in the ranked modes. And brush him on the way over, very satisfying. I guess we'll land this one on the ground. There we go. Final checkpoint. Now, what am I looking at here? Oh, that's actually going to reach. Amazing range. There we go. Yeah, you can just use the Zipcaster as a ground stomp almost if you have a clear idea of what you're doing with it. Oh. Okay, that guy's going to shield up, so shields may actually obstruct the Zipcaster here, so let's get some high ground. Oh, I actually can't latch onto the wall behind that anyway. That's the issue here. Need to find a better wall here. And yeah, that wall was not grippable, so that was a bit of an issue. So we'll just rethink this. Okay. Okay. Of course, doing this much zip casting is not really going to be possible in multiplayer. There we go. Then, I mean, ideally we would want to kill everything here as well, but low ink. Okay. Let's get over here and then drop everything we can. Slap them around. I have to excuse the jittery camera here. That's what happens if you try to spam the trigger on the brush weapons when you're also playing with high sensitivity motion controls, but that's okay. Cool. I mean, I don't really need to take these guys out, but it's more satisfying if I do. Ah, whatever. We're at the end. Also, if you're playing a Zipcaster level, I think you're kind of obliged to Zipcast your way into the goal. Highly necessary operation. Okay, let's do another one. Send ink flying in all directions and reach the goal. This is my last one here, I believe it is. Yeah. Last one unaccounted for, so let's do it. Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude, we spent way too long on one of the rail ride levels earlier. I spent over half an hour on it, I think, because I insisted on doing it with the tri-stringer. But it was kind of nice, actually, because it's the only actual hard level that I've had to sit down and really grind out so far. Okay. Explosher. We haven't really been using slosher weapons at all. Ballpoint's always amazing, though. Yeah, we haven't really been doing sloshers. Let's just do slosher. You think you know which one? Yeah, no, easily the hardest time I've had in this entire campaign so far. And it's not even close. I made that platform move, imagine that. About, what is it, splat bombs today. So yeah, Electrodude, I was hoping to do both Site 5 and 6. I'll see if I can actually stay long enough to do it. Fine, we'll do it that way. I don't have a good sense of the Explosher range. Like I said, I don't use the special slosher type weapons very often. Either this or the... no, I'm not thinking of sloshers, I'm thinking of the bubble one, the bubble lobbler, or whatever it's called. You don't have a weapon. Well. Reminds me, actually, of the opening section of the Octo Expansion final stage, if you played Octo Expansion. I kind of revisited the final level of that right before Splatoon 3 came out, just to kind of review what it was doing. Yeah, we're gonna toss over. Very nice. Love that projectile arc, actually. I hadn't really taken advantage of that before. Guess that's how people play tower control with this thing. There we go. Excuse us, fellas, coming through. Yeah, Electric, there are definitely a few weapon loadouts in the campaign that are substantially harder than the other ones. Like some of the timer-based ones I just could not do with charger weapons when I tried them. Things that are time-sensitive. But yeah, I thought, you know, okay, Tri-Stringer's clearly going to be the hardest one here. Let's just try it out and really learn how to use the explosive. In the end, I think I more or less learned how to use the explosive. Because it took me quite a few attempts to get that down. Okay, there we go. Especially the final segment in it. Like I said, easily the hardest level I've seen so far, although I think also certain to be one of the more memorable ones. Okay, we're just gonna go straight into the Octo Sniper, not gonna bother stealthing around him. You've done the hardest ones except for that bow level, yeah. Sonic and Melody, at least you got Small Fry. Small Fry's tons of fun. I don't know if you've got full upgrades on your Small Fry yet. It seemed like you said you were fairly close to sweeping the whole map. Anyway, that's it for World 5. We'll sweep the map for collectibles at some point, probably off stream. I do want to prioritize doing the levels. We did previously sweep 1, 2, 3, and 4, including the full survey. But I have the scrolls off of World 5, as far as I know. I've got everything, yeah, up to, what is it, 19 or so? 19. And so I'm happy with that. We'll come back for items, card packs, etc. At not a point. Levels first, because otherwise I may run into danger of not finishing it today. How are we doing on the map? Let's see. Yeah. Kettle's accounted for. A couple of corners to run around afterwards. Not a big deal. Okay, World 6, let's see it. Is this the farthest one out? It sure feels like it. Oh, you thought you saw something in the water. I didn't. I wasn't paying attention. We'll have to look over the video footage after. You see lots of sea, but there's hardly any land. So yeah, notice how it doesn't cover the rocket pad. So I was wondering whether the rocket pad was part of Site 6, but it seems not. It looks like it is going to be the final area. So anyway, like I said, we'll try to finish today, but I don't know if I can stay long enough to do it, so we'll have to push. And that's the boss. It's very obviously big man, in fact, given precedent. And we also haven't unlocked nearly enough space for this thing yet, but at least we know where the balloon is going to be. Whoop. How did I miss a rail? That was spectacular. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, this is purely a rail ride, so. Except we have to unlock stuff first. That's okay. We'll unlock everything we can, and then probably unlock it along the rail so we can prioritize that scroll. Let's get all the rails open. Very on-rails experience. And whoops. We've got plenty of cash to work with at this point, though. Oh, okay. This is exit only. Yeah. Just remember that the rails are going to be one way. We'll worry about the balloon later. No, we can pop it. We're going this way anyway, so. Although, yeah, in the interest of popping rails, let's just Forget about that for a moment. Yeah, it looks like there's plenty to do here. This almost looks jumpable. I don't know. Wasn't quite confident about jumping that. Feels like we probably need another rail to get there. That feels like it's going to be a little bit out of range. And then what do we got here? Come on, small fry, get back here. So yeah, we'll pop all the kettles we can. And the scrolls, for that matter. Instructions on how to mummify an inkling. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, there's no way this is a real one stuck here, right? No, of course it isn't, right? Naturally, this one is going on the locker. Well, it's good to know that they're mummified in a squid form and not in the humanoid form, because that would just be its own kind of disgusting, maybe. Not disgusting, just archaeological. Perhaps. We shouldn't be so judgmental. Yeah, all the gates are pretty expensive here, so who knows, maybe we'll run out of cash, but off the hook. Performing vocals for a rising rock band as Damp Socks featuring Off the Hook. Okay, I don't know if we've run into their track yet. Kind of hoping they show up in Marina's helicopter at some point. Yeah, I did ultimately find Pearl and Marina to be quite a charming duo. Definitely one of the things I miss about Splatoon 2. Okay, let's unlock what we can, then we'll go back. We'll kind of need to do the whole circuit, perhaps. Dive and dash. Yeah, we're missing one summoned in the previous zone as well. I know that because we don't have the tick mark, so if we want to go for full upgrades later, we'll need to go back for that in Site 5, but until then. You think I missed a scroll in World 5? Okay. It's possible. Yeah, actually, because it doesn't have the scrolls ticked off, so we might go back to World 5 to sweep a bit. Because I was hoping to get all scrolls along the way, and I didn't even think of checking that. We might do that, actually. Like I said, I don't want to spend too long hunting. But I also like to complete things as I go, so... Let's just open up what we can first and just crack open a map. And then... yeah, this rail should open up this site. Perfectly fine. Okay. And then I'm sure we're missing a few. But we'll just spin what we can and cover everything along the way. Yeah. Oh, oh, nope. How did I just walk off there? Well, that was unfortunate. So yeah, Electric Dude, I take you, but whoa, I did it again. Okay, let's jump onto the rail this time. Ah, I see, because it was the ending rail, not the starting rail. No wonder. That explains a lot. Also, Electro Dude, you weren't here early enough to hear what I said about this, but you know how there's that one level in World 5 that's all splashdowns? It's just one splashdown after another. Is it just me? Or did that feel like the Splatoon equivalent of a refreshing special? Because that was totally the refreshing special level, right? Just stomp things and they go boom. And I thought the likeness was uncanny. Yeah, we had too few viewers here to actually appreciate the joke at the time, though, so... Not even a joke, just an observation. We'll likely have to loop back up there with a rail. From what I'm seeing, so... We'll do that. In fact, we see where that's going to happen. Whoop, let's activate first. And get up here to drop small fry. Whoops. And not totally miss. Reminds me of throwing Pikmin in some ways. Throwing Pikmin into the abyss. Little judgy judgment. Analyzing praise for quality. No imperfections found. Apparently not. Of course, the cats are going to be the apex predators. Okay, what do we got? Ah yes, more rails. We'll take it. Yeah, amazing how flexible the campaign is in terms of where you can go on the map at a given time, just given where you spend where you choose to spend your cash, rather. I feel like the speedrun routing through the single player is going to be interesting to watch. As people pick and choose. For both any percent and 100%. Yeah. Yeah, because look at that, we just unlocked the stamp gauntlet right away, and then most of the way up to the boss level already. Like I said, we will go back for the World 5 scroll, I think. But pop this. And then where does this go? All the way back down. Oh, that one has not been popped, okay. Octarian Heights. We'll do this first. I should have gone down to pop the other one first, but that's okay. Let's just see how much we're dealing with. The Obscurus Charoscurist. And we've got to pop the other one down there. We've got 900. Who knows if we have enough, but we will try it. Okay, this is not the rail I wanted, but we'll go down until we find what we're looking for. Come on. There we go. Almost fell off, but I got it. Yeah, we're just gonna uncover everything we can. And yeah, obviously one scroll is going to be accounted for by the balloon challenge. Oh, inkjet. That'll be interesting. And we've got one additional section over there that we have not yet uncovered. Quite a ways back. Oh, let's pop this first. Well then, let's go back a few steps. These are exit points. Let's see where we can jump. We can just go down this way. Luckily, no fall damage. And yeah, this should be able to take me all the way up to that last unlockable. We've got 1,000. Let's hope it's enough. And if it's not, we'll find out. Torture Tour, huh. That sounds ominous. Anyway, 1,200. Yeah, we'll get that eventually. Not now, obviously. Unless we pop some balloons. Let's go for the scroll. Because we're pretty close to 100% on scrolls, I guess. Whoop, nope, that's not where I want to jump. I was hoping to go for one of the rails. That's not right. Oh, but we're back here. Great. Shortcut. And we'll just follow one after the other and hope that the last obstruction isn't going to be a part of this. Yeah, it is really just a check to see if you've unlocked the map. Whoops, a little slow here. And doing okay so far. That's the full circuit. Sparkles. There we go. That's all scrolls, minus the one in the previous world, which we'll go back for. Oh, Marigold seems deeply classified. Oh, she is rather suspicious. Anyway, okay, let's go back to 5 then, and let's see what we can uncover there. I believe we've got all the kettles. We've got to uncover that one last spot, of course, but maybe as we're exploring, we'll pick up that additional 200 in cash. And then I'll see how we're doing for time before deciding whether we will stay for World 6. But Splatoon 3 is treating me quite well. We had one level that I was kind of jammed against for a while today, but we made it out eventually. So yeah, I must run fast, hope everything's fine on your end, as always. Anyway, let's do some scanning and see if any interesting locations present themselves here. Maybe down here. Well, he seems to be running around a bit. Let's check the bridge here. And let's check the other side for that matter. Nope. Well, a scroll should probably be somewhere a little more conspicuous. Maybe. I mean, I kind of blasted through this map as far as the overworld goes, so didn't really take the chance to check anything thoroughly. Whoa. May as well take a look. See if... Oh, look, it actually does tell you where certain locations are. I guess that must have been one of the upgrades earlier. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That actually helps tremendously. I did not see this feature previously. I guess maybe it's just when you clear the world. Or when you get a certain upgrade, or indeed when you pay attention. in that case, let's try to keep that in mind and look for certain locations. Oops. Thought it was here. Hang on. Let's check this again. Let's pay attention this time. Yeah, okay. No, that cliff off to the side. And another one tucked in up high. And another one down low. Hey, right here. There we go. It's 100. So that's what the vantage points are for. That's not something we had previously considered. And let's see. Yeah, this location here. That's the pack. Seems like there was something up here as well. Let's head back up and try it. No, it doesn't seem so. Where does he think he's going? Well, we couldn't quite see how far back in terms of depth this was when it comes to clue from the viewpoint earlier, so let's take a look at these viewpoints over here and see what we've covered. Anything? Not that I can see. How about here? Yeah, I see one on top. Just a one, though. And, oh, another one down below. Okay. Okay, that makes the collectible hunt a lot more sensible than the kind of hunting and pecking I was doing previously. What am I looking for? Just collectibles on the ground, notably. So these hidden spots here, one of them is going to contain one of my remaining scrolls, the only remaining scroll. Also, that reminds me, I haven't read the archive for Section 5 yet. So yeah, as you can see, we're missing one. This one here. I know it's somewhere in this map. And we just need to dig it out. Speaking of which, let's read over to log for number 5. Not going to read the whole thing aloud, but we'll just go over it. I guess this is about the birth of squid civilization. Because they repeatedly absorbed and reflected humanity's wishes over so many years. Until everybody just wanted to be fashionable and indeed fresh. They began to adapt. They developed camouflage. And of course we all went up to the surface, so that's the story of the proto-squids. Okay. Small Fry is telling me something. What did he tell me? Okay, let's go back to the vantage point. Let's see if we can spot anything else, because I felt like we can use the green zones on a map to kind of pick up on some things, but because this is itself one of the green zones. And possibly there's something up here, I don't know. Oops. Hang on, let's actually tap into this. See if we have any of the targeting reticles to work with. Ah, yeah, there's one that's kind of tucked behind there. Like I said, not going to care too much about 100% at this stage. I do want the scroll, though. If we can find it. Okay, so we know this area is clear. We know the early area will have something. Where are we here? Ah, yeah, we have another vantage point, so let's take it. Down below, you've got 2 objects. That's the scroll. So, the orange balloons are cash. They are the power eggs that are your cash reserve. The green balloons are a challenge, where if you pop one, you have to chase down a chain of green balloons that eventually gives you a scroll. I've done all of those already, though. Anyway, Callie and Marie, that's what they're doing these days. They're doing talk shows. We went over the scheduled end time by 5 hours. Yeah, that's how my stream goes sometimes, so. Totally understandable. Hey, we got all the scrolls. Okay, great. Since I'm here, and since we know the location of one of the items, let's just pop that one quickly, but... Like I said, we're not going to be too exact about it. Especially because we're over 1200 for the final unlock in the next zone. We've got a couple of collectibles remaining, a couple of spots to clear on the map, but for now, we're going to go back to Zone 6 to actually play some levels. Yeah, like I said, we'll see how long the stream can go today. I may not be able to make it very far before I have to bail, but these can be quick, so defeat the enemy sneaking around. Let's do that. Oh, we can go Splatoon. I like using the new kit from time to time. Just to get used to new weapon classes. That's the end right there, not until we unstealth some foes, apparently. Okay. Now we're supposed to detect somebody. Let's see how we're supposed to do that. Ah, yes, I see. No, that's the entry point where I came in. Yeah, melee Splatoon, that's been there since the first game. This weapon is new, but that's what the brush weapons were for as well. Melee players that get up in your face have always been a little terrifying in Splatoon, to be honest. Oh hey, we actually have like an Octoling rival this time. I was actually just commenting the other day about how we haven't had many rival fights in this game. Whereas the previous Splatoon campaigns would have some levels that were basically just tutorials for the competitive maps. And they didn't do that this time. So we haven't really fought very many Octolings at all. Anyway. Let's see if anybody is going to reveal themselves. Yeah, mice run fast. If you ever do catch up on it, it's okay to switch to skip directly to Splatoon 3, I think. Because from the multiplayer side, it has, I think, essentially made 2 obsolete. On the campaign side, you're not missing much with the main campaign of 2, although Octo Expansion was fantastic. And very much the inspiration for the structure of this campaign. So it's totally okay to switch to 3. I think it's explicitly designed as a kind of onboarding game for people who are late to the Switch or late to Splatoon. If you ever get into it for some reason. Okay, there we go. That took too long. Not used to doing PvP with the Splatoon. Oh, we gotta just slap it, I think. Whoa. That was not smart. Getting right into the range of the bomb there. Okay, let's be careful this time. Oh. Okay. Not very fluent with the Splatoon, as you can see. Here we go. Yeah, we'll need to learn this weapon the long way. Anyway. Yeah, you kind of need to do a little bit of a charge to get this, do the vertical swing. It's not based on a jump like the roller weapons. The rollers, you jump to get the vertical pattern. Splatanas, you actually have to hold them down. Okay, let's get back here. Let's recover. Yeah, not doing too well here. They peak a ton, yeah. Certainly do. Very much the point of this stage. Oh, okay, we kind of have limited time on the Trizuka here. Still haven't gotten the hang of Trizuka. I haven't been using it in multi at all, so. It's a burst bomb, actually. Yeah, burst bomb's a lot better. You can kind of predict your position a little bit. Works out pretty well for this level. Whoa, okay, let's get splatted. Okay, you actually have to do the whole sequence. Oh, no, you don't. Never mind. She knows I like to just dive into stuff, yeah. That's correct. Let's get that Trizuka going again. This time we'll actually use it properly. And get no kills with it whatsoever. Oh. Let's get out of here. No. Okay, that didn't work too well. I feel like I need to get into ground level to actually succeed with the Trizuka here, but I need to create some more space to do that. Nope. Nope, a bad idea. Too much enemy ink. There we go. Just do a side swipe. That's so much easier. Massively overcomplicating this. When I could just swipe them. Look at that. Much easier. Let's grab the Trizuka for later. I think I'm just much too used to the kind of roller style of thinking where you're switching to the vertical shot for close combat. Here with the Splatoon, I can just swipe. Oh. Oh. Okay, we got another weapon here, so. Yeah, like I said, Trizuka needs a bit of practice. Whoa. Nope. Just got out-dueled there. Okay, like I said, swipe. Just swipe from above. There we go. There we go. Get some more Trizuka practice in, perhaps. A little later. Okay. That worked a lot better. Storm. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be useful somewhere. Yeah, we're using it now. Oh, used it too late. I was hoping to fire it before I got onto the platform. Instead, I just totally flubbed it. Look at how far off the Ink Storm is. It's not anywhere close to what I wanted. Okay. Where are they? Let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's hide. Run out of here a bit, and whoa, that was not what I expected. Okay. Well, if we're going to be doing this badly in World 6, I may have to call the stream soon. And really kind of take my time with it. Probably with a continuation tomorrow, but we'll see. The thing about these kind of slappy melee weapons is that I don't play them very often because they do have a bit of risk of strain injury, I think, if you're just spamming the trigger all the time. It's the reason I don't play Ink Brush very much. This gets a little hard on the wrist after a while. Yeah, I still gotta fight Big Man. I was hoping to finish on him today, but might have to happen tomorrow. We'll see. Because sometimes these stages go by really quickly. Sometimes, of course, they don't. I totally didn't grab the special. That's okay. Let's get re-inked here. Whoa. Nope, bad idea. Yeah, I think we've established I don't really know how to use the Splatoon. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Whoa. There we go. Now, where are you? There we go. There we go. Nice direct hit. The way Splatoon PvP is supposed to be played. Above, look out. Yeah, we're looking. Oh, whoa. Bad place to stand. Nope, too close. I always underestimate the bomb range sometimes, especially in single-player content, where sometimes the bombs are balanced a little differently. Like how the Agent 3 fight in Octo Expansion has a massive autobomb range that always catches me off guard. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's get out of here before we get bombed. Yeah, no, I know that if your armor is down, then one hit is enough to take you. But I'm aware of that. Which is not to say I'm playing like I'm aware of it. Okay. I'm gonna bomb some of these guys out, I think. No. Whoa, nope. Let's get more turf. One of the issues here is that I'm just a little low on territory. I don't have a lot of room to move. There we go. That's how to play it. Whoa. Okay, that was embarrassing. Just backing into the railing like that. Okay, let's get out. Grabbed a special this time, let's remember that. Even if Trizuka is not doing much work for me. It was getting me through the second section in my successful attempt earlier. And we shouldn't forget that. There we go. I trapped him with the burst bomb a little more often than I've been doing. Anyway, let's get some ink down so we actually have some recovery points. Okay. Let's recover a bit. Try to simplify the problem. Oops. Yeah, I probably just need to zone him out. There we go. Finally. Okay, still need to survive till the next checkpoint, though. Oh, Inkstorm. Let's do it. And let's actually drop the Inkstorm in the appropriate location this time. That might be helpful. Before we go up. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Bad place to stand. Nope. Completely trapped. Well, that's a long reset. If you're playing this fight as badly as I am. I just gotta learn how to use the Splatoon. Okay. Let's shield up first. Just to avoid complications. And let's see here. Yeah, well, no. Once again, just slipped off the side. That's been happening far too often lately. Okay. Sideswipe from above seems to be the way to go here, though. I actually am comfortable with that method. Burst bombs are nice too, except you get trapped sometimes. Nope. Getting whacked with everything here. Come on. I feel like I'm doing this very inefficiently. Whoa. Okay, let's go. Nope. I may consider a weapon switch on this one, because Splatoon is not working out for me. I feel like it would be done already with an actual gun. But yeah, I don't know how to play melee in this game, so that's what campaign is for. You practice with the weapons you don't know. Okay, umbrella's up. Unfortunately, can't really get the bombs in position from the high ground here either. Okay. Okay, bomb snipes are actually not too bad here if you actually get them down. There we go. Okay, let's not run off the edge this time. We'll try to do the Trizuka on the way up. Oh, that did nothing. Okay. Well, all the crates are down, though. I guess that's something. Okay. Right in the face. Excellent. There we go. Much better. Okay, let's think about the ink storm placement. Maybe. There we go. Just need to bait them in and actually target them. Imagine that. There we are. There we are. Last one. Oh. Nope, out. Need more ink here. Some bombardment. Okay. There we are. Finally. That did not go well. But it's a learning experience, and we'll take it. I will not pretend that went well. Okay. Alright, let's try another one. You're in a happiness research lab. What has Callie got for me today? Extra eggs? Yeah, we'll take them. Don't need much more to unlock this map, but... Oh, hey. Just walked off the rail again. Let's not do that. Sense of orientation may be slightly off, perhaps. Anyway, let's do some more stages. And unlock this thing while we're all the way here. I believe that's the last one in this map, so... And that's going to take me somewhere, all the way up, in fact. Torture Tour. I see a Luna Blaster here. I also see a Hero Shot, Song of Shadow. Welcome. Let's go to Hero Gear. I am eager to do something a little more straightforward after having thoroughly wiped out with melee weapons and charger weapons. Okay. Yeah, let's just go for some kills. Okay, what do we got here? Seems so comparatively straightforward after everything else we've been playing. I feel like we can get Small Fry up there. Nope, not quite. Yeah. Get Small Fry to chip him down. Okay, that's fine. We got a splashdown here as well. Until we get any opportunity to replace it with something else, but we'll save that for something more close quarters. Oh, just got it right there. And we've got a key. Will we use it? We'll find out. Where's my key gate? Ah, here we are. Whoa, these guys. Let's not stand too close here. Now this is a drop down below. Probably take that. Ultra Stamp, yeah, we can do that. Might be more fun to work with than the splashdown here. Especially against these guys, actually. Okay. Hop each of these out. And... okay, how am I enjoying the Torture Tour? I just started it, so... not bad, actually. We've had much worse torture so far in today's session. I was doing really smoothly in the campaign up until today, and then we had one or two stages that were roadblocks. This one's playing fine, though. It's very dynamic. And... okay, let's not get bombed. And... we know where to plug the key. Oh, let's not get sniped either. Let Small Fry do a bit of work for me, of course. Nope. Out of range. We should actually use some of these other bombs that I've been unlocking too. I haven't even thought about that. That's gotta be a key. Yeah. Pretty straightforward, actually. Yeah, not a big deal at all, actually. This one. Nice to get back to using the gun again. After so many unorthodox levels before that. Okay. That worked pretty well. Let's see where the rail goes. Well, maybe there's something here. Ah, there we go. Unless he's trying to show me there's something below, which would be the case. He's stepping on this location like there's something. Must be a different elevation. Because I see nothing here. Oh, no, there we are. Okay, let's see. So we'll be dropping down below to clear most of these levels. But let's navigate the overworld. I mean, we can also warp from one to the other, but Octarian Heights, yeah. Don't really care about doing them in any particular order. The map is freely unlockable for a reason. I feel like staying on hero gear for a while. We've been fooling around quite a bit today with other weapons. I don't mind just breezing through a few with something a little more predictable. And also getting a little more use out of small fry. Speaking of which... Going down, okay. Oh, it's an elevator fight. In a tower. Oh, we can see snipers coming. Let's be mindful of that. Prepare some cover. Nope. Oh. We've got splash down here. We're not using that yet. Not the right place. There will come a time when maybe splashdown is the thing for the job, but it's not going to be right at this moment. So let small fry take that one out. I don't have the damage upgrade in small fry yet, so we'll see how effective any of this is, but okay, you can definitely get on top of some of this. Let's see where the entry point is going to be. Probably jumping towards it. Or taking them out such that something dynamic will change about the stage. We'll see. I don't really see a place to go up, but I think we just need to get a kill on him. Oh. Nope. Too far. Let's consider this. This is high. Nope, not quite. I was hoping that would reach, but instead... yeah, that should reach. I think we do need to bomb him out with small fry. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't unlock anything for me, though. Now, this is the highest elevation that I can reach right now. Let's see what that does. Might be missing something critical here. Or we can go back in. Let's see. I doubt it, though, I think. It's probably something I failed to consider. Electro Dude, yeah, it's probably something really, really obvious. Tower. It's something really obvious. I mean, you see gray walls all over the place. There's got to be one. There we go. And you just kind of round a tower on your way up. It's very much Portal logic here in terms of what you can or cannot paint. literally Portal logic if you think about the paint levels in Portal 2. Sinister vibe up here. What special do we got? We got Trizuka? Okay. Or, oh no, Twister, okay. Completely misread that. Did we kill everything? I think so. That was pretty simple. Amazing how smoothly things go when you have the gun. Aperture tag logic. Yeah, I know that the prototype for Portal 2, which then kind of got translated into the later stages of Portal 2, that it was originally supposed to be, I think, a primarily paint-based game. It's been long enough since I've looked at that stuff, though, that I don't think my memory is very clear about the specifics, but you know, you got a whole thing going on here with light surfaces and dark surfaces in terms of what is valid to shoot. Inkjet, let's do it. It's like we have not been traumatized already by the Inkjet section near the end of Octo expansion, which was, to be fair, actually quite inventive. One of the few things that truly teaches you to use the Inkjet in the game. Well, clearly paint-based games can work. Yeah, I mean, this is one. Yeah, this will be like Octo expansion all over again. You just need to... And easier, because you're not doing some continuous climb. You just need to figure out where you can gain elevation and play accordingly. Okay. Whoa, no. We need to jump. Okay, no. Hang on. Let's rethink that. I don't always have a good sense of my elevation when I'm driving the Inkjet, so... Yeah, I've been playing a bit of Summoner, and I got up to Professional +1. And the fly fish is still the thing that wipes the group. Mostly because nobody can get into bomb position. Everybody has so much trouble getting into bomb position at any given time that... Wait, hang on. We need elevation here. Let's figure this out. Because I need that extra jump, right? I think I just need to fly over and jump. There we go. Why not do things the simple way for once? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I've always found the Inkjet pretty unwieldy. But then, again, that's what that one bit of Octo expansion was for. It was just to prove that you could actually do stuff with it. Whoops. Can my jet trail hit the rolls? I think so, actually, but let's see. But there's no purpose to doing so, I think, unless you expect to be outpaced by it. We can try it. We try things around here. Yeah, totally works. But it doesn't go very far, because it doesn't do a burst fire that gets it all the way to the other end. So it's not very useful. Come on, I see you targeting. Cursor. Okay. Oh yeah, just need to not get hit by those guys. Okay, keep expecting that I can do some kind of mid-air explosive like with the blaster weapons, but no, you actually do have to make contact with the surface, so... Let's target things for a change. Do some air-to-air combat. There we go. Yeah, Electro Dude, the thing is that I think a professional +1. Things get out of control really quickly if people just make a mistake by taking a needless death or something. That, I mean, obviously, you know, the other players who are there deserve to be there. They've earned their way up, but... And I don't feel like I'm a better player than the people on my summon run teams. I don't think so. But sometimes if you just draw a weapon that you don't feel comfortable with, or if you get way out of position in the middle of nowhere, then... Oh, we're supposed to hit that. Just saw it. Let's get out there. Whoop. Oh. Didn't realize I could fall into a safety zone there. Yeah, because I find with Salmon Run I really have trouble with stuff like Splatling, because the charge up time is just way too long for the kind of dynamic positioning you need. And sometimes you get something that you are really quite comfortable with, and sometimes you don't. There we go. And down. Very nice. I seem to swim a lot for Inkjet. Yeah, I mean, it allows me to reorient my position a little bit. And that's not something you would normally do when using Inkjet as a special, I think, but for the most part, though, I find that the levels that feature the specials in a way that is unlimited by time feel incredibly different from actually using the specials in a live multiplayer setting. Simply because, you know, you're not going to play something like Zipcaster or Crab Tank the same way when you're not under time pressure, right? Whoops. What did I do? Oh yeah, I just completely missed it. Let's do this. There we go, much better. Don't tease with the keys. Let's do it. Yeah, Electro Tube, because it wasn't a one that was like Splatling plus Stringer plus something. And anyway, I play Undercover Brawler a lot. I love the Ink Mine. I think we want to do something different though. Let's go with Blubber. I've hardly used it. Okay. This is just a reach the goal stage, right? So, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, lots of options. Oh, find the keys, that's right. So we just need to break some crates to find the keys. I wasn't paying attention to the description at all. Yeah. Such a unique pattern on this weapon. I've never really learned it. I know it was already in Splatoon 2, but... Anyway. Yeah, this way you can see what you haven't covered yet key-wise. Got some enemies in various corners. Might as well fight them. Oh, bomb drops. Well, very nice of them to give me something to scout. And yeah, the jetpack takes some getting used to, but it certainly looks very cool. No doubt about that. Yeah, I guess I actually need to kill some of these, maybe. Maybe. Because I don't think it's crates holding the keys. I think I actually have to take some of these out. Which maybe makes this weapon less than ideal, but... Or we can climb some walls. Let's see. Well, what am I looking for if not crates? I think I have to get some kills. Oh, no, it's money. Maybe one of them's holding the key, though. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, before you came in, the Song of the Shadow, the music for the levels that are about the specials in particular, I thought were really quite a highlight. You know, the Zipcaster gets a theme, the Crab Tank gets a theme, basically. I mean, there's some reuse between concepts, but they add a lot of character. Okay, we've got one key. How many more do we need? We should do these in clusters. That's not going to hit. Hang on. Okay, just getting warmed up. Yep, indeed. Let's gain some elevation again. Yeah, so it looks like the enemies come in clusters, and each cluster holds one key. And so that's the way to think about it as we scout around and look for corners that we haven't touched yet. Yeah, the superhero motif, it's the one that's also for the Zipcaster. Very good fit for this level, I think. Okay. There they are down there. Let's go hunt. What do I even have for bombs? Burst bombs here. Yeah, getting them at range is probably not a bad idea, given that they do leave the bomb trail if you get too close, or if you hit them at all, in fact. Whoop. Need a little bit more accuracy here. Okay, let's track them around. Surely something's going to hit here. Come on. There we go. That's... Alright. Gotta admit I'm pretty good at this, apparently. Let's go. Okay, some of these stages are going pretty quickly after some of the harder ones earlier, so maybe we can make it, after all. How many more do we need? One more. And let's scout. I mean, I haven't really touched this corner over here. That might be something. That guy in that position, I think I'd fought him already, but we'll look at the scouting positions and we'll just see if anything becomes obvious. I mean, I haven't inked this section at all, so it follows that I haven't traversed it. Motion controls, yeah, so I go very high sensitivity, which is why if you're looking at my stream, the camera might be a bit jittery sometimes. Because I basically just use the stick for huge turns, like really quick spins to do 90 degrees, 180 degrees or whatever. And I use this motion controls for all the aiming. Mind you, I'm somebody who has never been comfortable playing things like shooters with dual sticks. I've always kind of relied on motion controls. Because I'm just not a console shooter player. And motion controls are one of the reasons why Splatoon is playable for me, in a way that most shooting games are not. Although I've since gone back to Steam and basically plugged in my Switch Pro controller and played at games with gyro that were not originally designed for gyro and found them incredibly satisfying. But a lot of it depends on your comfort going in, of course. I mean, I'm not somebody who's really particularly accustomed to keeping a thumb on a right stick at all times. Because in most cases in 3D games, I'll just kind of tap it for the camera. And so I try to follow something similar to Splatoon, where, you know, I'll kind of tap the stick to do quick spins, but I'm not really going to use it to target anything. And then you can just do some really quick, rapid targeting with the motion instead. When I went back to Super Mario Sunshine for the All-Stars port, it felt really strange not to have motion controls, because Mario Sunshine mechanically feels so much like Splatoon, right? Which meant that when I went back to play Sunshine, I kept on trying to move my controller like I do in Splatoon, just out of habit, and expecting that the water cannon in that game would actually respond. Which of course it didn't. Enter to Stamp Gauntlet, let's do it. We'll do everything we can. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, interesting. So there's a higher reward for using specials laid out in the stage. Okay, let's do it with a stamp first. I like the concept of the other one. I like it very much, but I want to see what I'm actually in for first. Realistically, I don't know if I'm going to try to clear everything with every weapon. I never did an Octo expansion either. Even though I like the Octo expansion a great deal. Oh, if the enemy is far away, okay, I can hurl it. I actually didn't know that. I haven't been playing much Ultra Stamp, and so I didn't know you could throw it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you're clustered together, then you can do it this way. Then 1840, yeah. I only noticed that the timer started upon your first hit, after I'd already done the first hit, so this is a little suboptimal, but we'll do it. Kind of need to do a long trail if you can. Okay, this is going to be tight. No, we're going to be 2 off. That's okay. Learning experience. Yeah, I've been hit pretty hard by people using the stamp. Yeah, so I started a timer too soon last time before I'd even jumped off the platform. And those few seconds could have been extremely valuable, so... Turning radius is a bit weird, but I think if you just go down into the ink and reset, it's actually a little bit faster if you need to do like a really sharp 90-degree turn. Okay. Whoa, I'm standing a little close here. Nope. You hit the middle ball and splat him in one shot? Not happening for me, unfortunately. I'm stepping into a little too much enemy ink as I do this. Where is it? Where is it? Where did that go? Last one. I don't think I even saw where it spawned. Okay. Yeah, I stepped on too many corners of enemy ink and took some damage that I really shouldn't have. Yeah. Okay. Yep, same mistake here, just losing my shield to a bit of imprecision. Okay, there was one behind me. I'll do ranged attack on it at the end. Whoops. Same mistake as before. Okay, where's that last one? Where is it? Oh. Oh, okay, it's rolling around the side. I just saw it, yeah. Like you said, the last one comes off the bowling ball launcher beside the checkpoint, yeah. I only just saw it for the first time. Try to follow the path. You know how I am about following instructions. Okay. Alright. A little ahead of time this time. So. Yeah, occasionally we do need to reset the turning radius on it a little bit. This is a little bit cleaner though than how we were doing it previously. Whoop. And where is the one on the side? We've got 10 seconds. Where is it? There we go. I'm glad I had plenty of padding that time. Just to spin around until we saw the launcher. I don't know if it counts as a snipe when you have a weapon that is that explosive. But I'll take it. Yeah, the alternate version of this one must be pretty interesting. But we're not doing it right now. We'll just do a first clear off as much as we can, so I actually have a reasonable chance of completing things. And we'll see. Did I do this one already? Yes, I did. Okay. And we'll drop in down here. See what this one's all about. Dive and dash. Let's see if we can go fast. Arrow spray, wonderful. Good old arrow spray. Okay, this is just a racing course. Gotta hit all the pads accurately, I'm sure. I said hit all the pads accurately. And yeah, chain that. Checkpoints had a bit of time. Then we'll see how much leeway we have here. Oh, you know what? We need a squid surge for this. The fact that I didn't do it is probably going to be something I'm punished for, but let's try to hit the checkpoint here and follow this path all the way up. Okay. Whoop. Okay, a little imprecise, but we managed it. Picking up a little bit of speed. Octo missiles incoming, really? Oh, I see. This is one of the really pure platforming levels that we've seen so far, which is unusual. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Is the Yoshi levels in Galaxy 2. You know, where Yoshi's got the boost and is kind of running up and down walls the whole time. It's kind of like that, except you're not having an auto run like Yoshi does in that game, of course. But the principle is very similar. Whoop, I've been doing that a lot today, just completely missing the rail. Squid Roll and Squid Surge. In a live multiplayer setting, I have not actually used them very much so far. I feel like that's something I still have to master at some point. I mean, you know, if you're doing it in a kind of low-pressure practice setting, is a completely different thing. Squid Surge is pretty useful for that tower in Salmon Run, though. Conserve ink splat sustainably. Let's do that. Be very careful about tapping our shots. Splash-o-matic. Okay. Let's just see what we have for our pattern here. And no bomb, obviously. That would be a terrible idea. Yeah, we'll just do little tap shots where we can. And walk most of the way. Oh, nope. Nope. Guess we're walking it. We should actually kill some things before they take everything out. 3 shots will do it. But maybe I don't want to mess with this guy with a shield. Okay. These guys are going to run at me. Oh. We're fine. We can outpace him. Hopefully get him to drop his bomb off the wall. Okay, I do need to take him out. Otherwise he just tails me forever. It's pretty wild up ahead. Okay, 2 shots each if you're on target. Oh. Nope. Oh, we're in rough shape. Okay. Using a little bit too much ink here, but only quarter tank left. Let's see. We can probably do without this guy. Wasn't going to leave the sniper alive, though. No way. Gotta pick your battles here. Okay, these guys are going to follow me for quite a while. Did I reverse? Yeah, no, I went back down to where I was. That's a bad idea. I lost track of where I was going. Let's try it again. Pretty low in the tank. Yeah, that was a big mistake, actually, falling back down like that. Well, to figure out where I'm actually supposed to go. Is it here? No, it's not. I just dropped back down again. Where am I looking at, then? It's completely lost track of where the course goes. And yeah, let me just take a look. Oh, I see it. I see it. That's what happens when you get yourself into the habit of not using ink. You miss some fairly obvious places. Okay. I'm in bad shape. Oh, you look right as I got there. That's okay. Okay. Here we are. Okay, some of this we can dodge. Yeah, later on there will be enemies that I don't want to leave alive, but for now we'll take what we can. Probably want to heal up first before I deal with these guys. Just stay behind them and out of range. Okay, used a little too much ammo on him, but we'll proceed. Okay. Okay. Let's figure this out. Okay, sniper must go down. That's priority here. Nope. Let's just let him pass. Nope. The sniper predicts your movement, or he's just drunk. Yeah, could be both. Not ruling out the possibility that it's both. Oh no. Bad shape. It's okay. Okay, let's go. Do I need to take the sprinkler? I think I should. Okay, wasted a shot there, but... Okay, let's use this to my advantage as a terrain blocker against a sniper. Sniper must go down, as we established. And yeah, this time we'll go around and we'll actually find a wall where I have friendly ink. These challenges are always quite interesting because they radically change the way the game is played. Whoa, no. Gotta get above that. Let's see here. On we go. Anyway, these guys are going to try to zone me out here while I get up above. Whoa. There we go. A little too close for comfort. Okay. We've got some. Mechanical word, the ink wipers remind you of Mario Galaxy. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that. Okay, let's see how we're doing for stages, so I can decide whether I want to finish it tonight. Got 5 more to go, including the boss. We can try to make a run at it. I am at this point going to jump around on the map, though. We'll attempt it. Reach the goal quickly. If there's a significant segment after Big Man, though, like the whole rocket platform in the center, I think that will have to wait until another stream, probably tomorrow. But we'll see. Yeah, let's just go Sploosh-O-Matic. Kind of tempted to play Roller on this one. I've been thinking about picking up Carbon Roller for multiplayer, actually, just to play with the Zipcasters more. All the way around and climb to the top. Okay. And the floor is sinking. Very familiar platforming concept, of course. Kind of like a Mario lava level in some ways. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Now we're gonna have to remember to use Squid Surge at some point, I'm pretty sure, but until we get to that. Whoa. Completely failed to look at the floor there. And yeah, Song of the Shadow, that's about what I expected, especially given the structure of Octo Expansion, in terms of how the finale worked in that game. And the fact that we know that, like, we know this boss is going to be Big Man. And we also know that Big Man's not going to be the final boss, right? Like, it's obviously going to be a, shall we say, a much more grisly affair. So... I think what will likely happen is I'm going to see if I can try to get through the rest of Zone 6 today. I might not be able to. I might have to go after this one. But we'll save the finale, and if we get the finale done really quickly on the next stream, then I'll do some table turf, because I've been saving up the level 3 opponents in table turf for something like a stream. I've been playing a lot of table turf. I've got my table turf rank up to, I think, level 23 or something. But I've been saving some of the harder opponents so I could potentially run them on a stream at some point, so... Yeah, I know, Electro Dude, it's outrageous that Big Man's not the final boss, but... that's just a sinking feeling. Alright, let's just hop around. Are there kettles I haven't unlocked? It seems like there are islands that I haven't touched yet. For some reason. Yeah, I feel like that one... okay, we'll see. Because how many do I have? I've got 3 plus the boss, okay. 3 plus the boss, that's correct, right? No, it seems like there's one I have not unlocked. Okay. Is it that one? I can't actually see. I think it is. No, it isn't. I think there might be a one on the map I haven't uncovered then. Oh no, we've got 1, 2, 3. No, we've got them all counted. 1, 2, 3 plus the boss. Okay, we got them. Enemy ink is lava. Yeah, I have them on a map. That's right. I had to check to make sure. Rolling bomb? Yeah, we'll do it. And I only get 1 curling bomb per area. Okay. Well then. Oh, okay, so you need to deflect. I see, I see. Let's walk it instead of swimming it, just for accuracy. Won't travel as far. Well, I'd like to travel far. Nope. I guess this is death, this section here. Okay. And there is a time limit on it, so we can't just take forever. We do need to swim some of it in case time becomes an issue. Let's try to deflect it this way. Better. Now that seems to be signaling a deflection. Now what do we got here? There's the end, but look at that mess. Yeah, that's a mess. Okay, so I want to miss the wall entirely, I think. It makes sense to me that I would want to miss it and just deflect off the far end. That seems to work. Mostly. Ooh. There we go. That almost counted. Do I prefer Woomy or Vimo? I always heard it as Woomy, to be honest. Yeah, I guess we're not really going for cash here, but... Electrodude, you know what this reminds me of? The Mang level where you chased a laser pointer. The tower escape. Okay, bad. Okay, we made it. Okay. I see why there's a fairly generous timer on it, that you can't just wait for the timer all day. Yeah, deflection's gonna have to happen in the middle. I'm pretty sure. And how exactly will it go? Let's see. Okay. I guess that kind of works almost. Not really. Need to squid jump a little bit to... Oh, whoops, just touched it. That's why there's a checkpoint. Nope, that was a mess. But we can always step on this as a platform. And then jump it. Almost there. Yeah, you pretty much have to commit. There are a couple of places here where you can potentially get a jump, I suppose, but... Or you can just go straight through the middle. I feel like maybe that's a bad idea, but we'll do it. You need to be pretty good about this jump here, though. Oh, no, we got more ink. That's great. Then we just hit. And that's okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Okay, pretty reasonable. Yep, just needed to keep track of where the recharges were going to be placed. Reach the goal using a roller. Time your movements carefully. Yeah, let's just work our way up. Have a roller level once. Oh, small fry's running off. That's okay. We'll prioritize the levels first. Splat or carbon? Let's go. I mean, we were just playing with the curling bomb a bit, but let's go splat. That extra damage could make a good difference here, just in terms of efficiency. It's like a sweet spot to just hold it down and go to town. Yep, we know how the vertical swings work. But for the benefit of newer players, that's how the roller works. Oh, whoops. Let's flank this guy properly. There we go. Yeah, there are a bunch of things you're going to one-shot with Splat Roller that will not happen with Carbon, so I'd rather get a clean kill. But, of course, that did not quite work out. So let's just push through it. We don't actually need to mess around too much with the cash boxes, I think. I mean, I always like going for a bit of optional content, but okay, let's get a jump on these guys. Here we are. Are you turning into a roller main? That's a rather meta question to ask here. Then, yeah, we'll just continue to smack everything in sight. Oh, whoops. No ink. And unfortunately, the object is not going to make much contact without ink. So, I feel like a fairly weak series of hits there, actually, with... Whoops. That's okay. Watch your footing here. I guess so. Whoop. Okay. Let's just push through. And the wall can take you up as well, but we'll use the bounce. Because why not? Now who's in trouble? Whoop. There we are. Smack down. Okay. That felt satisfying. Okay, decently straightforward opponent as well. Let's keep going. Breathe in, breathe out. Now, it's possible we've had enough of the stringer for one day. A sloshing machine, though, that's always satisfying. Or we could go NZAP to try out a bit more small fry. I haven't upgraded small fry in a while, actually. I haven't even looked at my upgrades. But yeah, let's just go with recommendations for efficiency's sake right now. And I see the goal up there, but the path is moving. Okay. Pretty much timed platforming, that's all it is. Can't be too much of an issue. I love this music track, by the way, incidentally. A real treat to hear it. I made that look easy, allegedly. Whoop. You know, I probably could make that. But let's be careful here. Whoop, I said be careful here. There we go. Maybe not the most intentional path, but... Bing bang, yeah. Pretty much. It's just got tons of character to it. Okay. Yeah, let's just be aware of the block separation at any given point. And... Nope. Hang on. Well, we want to take that guy out and we want to head on upstairs. And a new way up. Nope. Sniper needs to be dealt with. Can't give it a follow. Sploosh is very accurate to what we're doing here currently. Oh, I don't even have my sound alerts on. I forgot to toggle them on. But anyway, the sound effect for follow is sploosh from Wind Waker. So I could hear it locally, but I forgot to plug that into the actual stream sounds today. It would have been so appropriate. Yeah, I gotta go around. Or, do that. That was fresh. Yeah, we got some platforms. Excellent. And that's it. Quick and efficient. Okay, boss time. And yeah, like I said, we'll call it after boss today. I may do the collectibles sweep off stream, as I did with some of the previous worlds, just because, you know, filling the map is not that interesting to look at. But we'll save whatever comes after what is almost certainly Big Man for tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I am not 100% sure I'll be able to stream. If it's not tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit later, because the day after tomorrow we'll be running 7MMC, the 7th Mario Maker Celebration. But for those who want to keep up with the schedule, we will have it on the Discord. So continuation for this one should be tomorrow. If it isn't, it might have to wait a day or two. Unauthorized personnel prohibited beyond this point. Once again, I forgot to upgrade the hero gear, but we'll make do without. Our captain is picking up a strong signal. Anyway, now that is a mask. So Big Man speaks in parentheses, and Judd also speaks in parentheses. I wonder how they communicate. The Hype Manta Storm. Big Man. Oh, this is right out of Super Mario Sunshine. The way it looks, anyway. Okay, so you split the shadow. This feels so much like Mario Sunshine. Whoop. Okay, now we need to watch his pattern. So we just basically ink him out of here, right? And take out as many of the Manta shadows as we can while we ink him. I know I've got to splash down, but I'm saving it. I want to see if there's a more critical place to use it. Don't stop now or I'll get sniped. Okay. Yeah, actually I just need to split him here. Very unique fight. It's kind of like a mix of Super Mario Sunshine and the ghost splitting fight in, like the pose splitting fight in Wind Waker, actually. Yeah, it's straight out of the whole hotel level in Sunshine. I feel like putting small fry on him is something I have not sufficiently considered. Okay. So if we look for the bomb's point of origin, then we can see what to target. Whoa, okay. Bad idea, let's... Oh, we got him. Phase 1. And I'm directly in the ink. Yeah. I should maybe use Splashdown more aggressively on that phase then. No more kid gloves, it's Big Man time. I gotta say, I've been very pleased with boss fights this time around. I mean, bosses have always been good in this series, but there was this kind of line of evolution between Splatoon 1 to 2 to Octo Expansion when it came to the fights being variants of a lot of the same forms. Whereas the ones in this game have been really quite original. Okay, let's splash down. Don't want to deal with it. Whoa. Yeah, this fight actually is a total mess. Wow. But it's like playing against the specials. That's what all the boss fights are like. Playing against Torpedo, playing against... whoops. Yeah, playing against Torpedo, playing against the Ink Strike or Tenta Missiles. Same kind of principle. Okay, there we go. Is that it? Nah. Where's phase 3? Oh, is that really it? I thought I only got through 2 phases for some reason. There's got to be more. No, actually, this is it. This was 3 phases, okay. I didn't realize I went by so quickly. Like I've been saying with the previous bosses, it'll be really interesting to see if we get hard mode variants of them again when they eventually have the expansion. Big Man seems socially unsure of himself, but is cool despite that. Yep. Captain says you crushed it. And he also had some choice things to say about Deep Cut. Okay. Mr. Grizz, yeah. As soon as they announced that there would be some kind of mammal theme for this single-player campaign, I kind of thought that Mr. Grizz was very obviously a setup for it. Somewhere high up, well. It's the rocket. Anyway, that didn't sound great. That's got to unlock the final zone. Okay, let's put it together. And then we will probably call it from here. Oh, get into that rocket somehow. Actually, let's not, because this might be a point of no return, right? So, I think we're going to hold on. And if this launches you directly into the next zone, I think I'd rather save this sequence for the next stream then, since we're definitely going to stop now anyway. Anyway, pretty good progress today. We will look at the archive first, though, for the logs for number 6. And possibly we'll plug in a few hero upgrades as well. Anyway, what is this? Land of Fresh Beginnings? Yeah, this is just a continuation of how the squid inherited the earth. Distinguished themselves by intelligence and fresh vibes, yep. 5,000 years later, okay, now we have a specific timeline. Look at the map, by the way. There. Pattern of dispersal. The squid quickly rose to fame in these flatlands due to some unique characteristics. Progenitor of the modern-day inkling. Wonder how that will play into things. Because surely Captain Cuttlefish is not that many generations back. Regardless, let's take a look. Yeah, we got all the scrolls, which is great. We can put this one in particular, the mummified squid, we can just mount that on the locker because that's where it belongs. And we got 7 pieces here. Do we want to go for 3 here, or do we want to go for 5 here? We want to prioritize small fry, because that sounds more fun. And we'll collect everything else by the end anyway, so... Like I said, I may, if I have time, do some of the 100% sweep off-stream, depending on whether I can do it off-stream before the next broadcast. Ideally, we'll finish up tomorrow. If I don't make it tomorrow, it'll be maybe 2 or 3 days after that, so... We'll see, yeah, it might be DLC setup, you never know. And sure, let's talk to Marie here to see. Oh, okay, so, oh right, these are the rewards for getting the full clear, I guess. I've seen some of these on people's other players' lockers, rather, that they have fragments of the single-player map that have been collected as stickers, so... Yeah, we'll screenshot all of this stuff. Why not? For posterity. I already collected that stuff yesterday, of course, but... yeah, so that's going to be it for today's stream then. And we'll see if we can forward you on to somebody else interesting. Might be Splatoon, might be Maker. We'll see who's available on my list. But thank you so much for joining me, or however much or how little today. I'm glad I could at least stay long enough to see my way through zone number 6. For those of you who want scheduling updates, once again, I do tend to post them on a Discord. We will hopefully get back tomorrow. I can't guarantee it yet because I might have a conflict, but we'll see you soon enough. So, thanks for watching. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the fresh vibes all over. And we'll see you around soon enough. As always, meet you at our next destination. Take care. Fare thee well.